friends. Welcome in. How is everyone doing today? And happy Friday. Also, happy post-Thanksgiving. Hope everyone had a good turkey day. All of our Americans. Making sure I set this audio up right. I think we're good. We are A-okay. Hi, Wilson. You were first today, Wilson. Good one. Good job. And how do you not have a VIP badge yet? How did I just notice that? Let's get that done right now. Hi, Dust. Whew, whew, whew. I will say it is like so nice and warm out here today. I had to like just turn off the heater. I even popped the window open. It's sweaty. Apparently we're getting a little bit of warm weather here. So there goes all the snow. But yeah, I want to get Wilson's VIP up there. No Tarks for you, Paloozer? Did you have something else though? Oh, number 73 of 80. There's only 7 VIPs left to add. Nutso. Okay, it should be good for you, Wilson. Just a refresh on your side. And I'm sorry. What the heck? Random snackies. You had stuff in the house? Nice. Yeah, anyone that's snacking on leftovers today, we'll live through them. How about that? Want to say hi to Kimmers. Yeah, Kimmers. First time in a long time. She was not first. But good to see you anyways. Hello to Suki. Suki's excited for Jambalaya. So am I. Really excited. Even Rando said so too. He's like, I can't wait. And had this in so long. Yeah, welcome to the VIP room. Oh man. Catching up from this week. What do we got going on? I'm trying to think. I moved over another kitchen shelf from the shop. So now I have all of our like dry ingredients in here, which feels really good. I don't have to walk all the way over. And maybe we'll work on getting the fridge in here this weekend. Other than that, oh yeah, finished everyone's cookies baking and sent their orders out. So that's all exciting for everyone that gifted subs on the subathon. So 4 cookie packs going out. Should make it there before Christmas for sure. Oh, that's another thing that we've been working on kind of behind the scenes is Sam has been talking to Will, our apron maker from Search and Rescue Denim, and currently working on a design to go with a new logo. And we also have something to give away for you guys in December from them. So very exciting. December, always good for prezzies. Thanks, Suki. Sharing your snacks with everyone. Yes. And hi, Clammy. Hope you were doing good as well. Yeah, it's been a good week. Like I said, we've had a lot of warm weather, which has been nice. Yesterday, a bit bad because we had freezing rain in the morning. So there was a ton of car crashes, a lot of people in the ditch. So be safe out there, friends. Winter is here. And other than that, we're just sending good vibes out west again. They're about to get pummeled with 3 more atmospheric rivers this weekend, and we're really worried about everyone, just due to the floods and stuff like that. Last night, your cousin's boyfriend smoked a whole prime rib and brought it for dinner. Melted in your mouth. Never had one that good in your life. It is insane on the smoker dust. Like just the flavor, right? Like meat and fire together. It's like nothing else. Even veggies though, done over fire, just tastes like almost like caveman, like primitive, right? It's so good. Yeah, normal rain, Paloozer. Freezing. I know. Yeah, we just got out in time. So crazy. So yeah, think about them. And then I also want to say we are thinking of Mish this week. She gave us some sad news regarding one of her family members that passed away. So send lots of good love and vibes her way too. I think that's it for catching up. Okay, let's make some Cajun foods. This is what we all decided to make today on Monday. And I'm pumped for it. Not had jambalaya in a long time. And somehow all of the ingredients for jambalaya were on sale this week without trying. So gotta love that. Chicken was on sale. Sausage, I got extra points. And Argentinian shrimps on sale. Pro. Even all of the celery, the peppers, everything was on sale. Feel so good about that. Used to hit up a buffet at a local hotel for the prime rib. So good, and was like $7 all you can eat. Oh my gosh. Mish did, Suki. Kiwi Mish. So send lots of love her way. She did post in Discord too if you need to catch up there in general chat. I think that's it. Yeah, let's get into it. So menu for the day. Jambalaya with sausage, chicken, and shrimp, all of the goodness. And then for dessert, we're gonna do a little bit of deep fried homemade beignets. Yes, cannot wait. So we will start by making the beignet dough and then letting it rest. And then we will start working on the jambalaya, getting that going in the Dutch oven. And then by that time, dough should be ready. We'll kind of switch up what we're cooking and plug in the deep fryer and start heating up the oil while we eat our lunch. I think that's a great idea. Sounds good, Dust. Yeah, I was wondering if she was still headed to Germany or not, but glad to hear that she still is going. Okay, so that's the menu. And then we did find 2 awesome recipes to link there. And yeah, we have learned that this is Cajun food. We cannot necessarily call it Creole food today. Unpopular opinion, you do not like chicken in your jambalaya, Suki. I noticed that the recipe, they said like just add in pulled chicken, but I got a whole chicken since they were on sale. So I thought we would use the chicken breast, but like dice it up nice and chunky instead of kind of pre-pulling it and then adding it in. I think it'll be better that way. Cause yeah, I could see that one like getting really overcooked and dry and stringy. So let's not do that. Chicken and jambalaya, is it not a thing? Oh my gosh, now you guys are making me question it, so now we have to learn. I popped my keyboard up here on the shelf in front of me. It's perfect. Thought it was smoked sausage. Well, let's learn about it, Wilson. Basically any protein you have on hand. Could tolerate dark meat, but not white meat. You know what? The leg would be really nice too. Just like pop the chicken leg right into there to just slowly simmer with everything. So jambalaya, this is what they say, is a Creole and Cajun rice dish of French, African, and Spanish influence. Interesting. And then I think I'm gonna turn on this light for us. I thought it would be brighter today, but it's not quite. There we go. So French, African, and Spanish influence is what this dish has become, consisting mainly of meat and veggies mixed with rice. It's a mix of cultures. Yeah, I love that. Hi, Titan. How are you doing? So ingredients, traditionally, the meat includes sausage of some sort, often a smoked meat such as andouille, along with pork or chicken and seafood, which is actually less common, such as crawfish or shrimp. The veggies are usually a sofrito-like mixture known as the Trinity or Holy Trinity. So sofrito is from Spain or Italy, let's just say like around the Mediterranean. And how I've always made sofrito is you like mince up onion and carrot really, really small and like slowly cook that over hours until it's like really cooked down, almost like a sauce. And then you add tomatoes in the end and cook that again. It is so lovely to just keep on hand. This was usually like kind of a base flavor staple for me to put in different dishes on the restaurant menu. Literally just a scoop of that into like a pasta, different veggie dish, something like that is so nice. Make a big batch of it and then it freezes really well. But yeah, in Cajun cooking, we have the Holy Trinity. So we know mirepoix from French cooking, onion, celery, carrot. The Holy Trinity, take out carrot, replace it with bell pepper. So onion, celery, bell pepper. No carrot. They say you can use other vegetables as well, such as okra. I would never add carrots into a jambalaya. I think we would get yelled at. Tomatoes, chili, garlic. And then after you brown and saute the meat and the veggies, the rice is added raw with seasonings and broth, and then it's cooked together in the same pot until it's all done. Yeah, really anything goes, right, Wilson? Hi, Derp Swad Dave. How is your life going today? How is life? And yeah, I'm doing good. Was like, I don't know, a bit sweaty this morning, but feel better now. Just working some demons out, you know? Maybe I got sweaty because I was nervous about coming back to stream. Who the heck knows? Feeling better now. I think maybe it's just really warm out. Wasn't ready. Jambalaya and beignets. Not sure where in Boston to get that. Oh, I wonder. Up here, very rare to have like Cajun restaurants, I would say. Okay, Suki. Enjoy your day. Try not to work too hard. It was good to see you. Dave is playing Halo using quite a few adult words. Yeah, all is well here. Good to be back. Okay, so origins of jambalaya. A Louisiana-born dish that has its origins in historical influences from France and Spain. Takes its name from the Provence region of southern France, originally spelled as, so Jambalaya. So we'll take the Y out. And they're saying it may descend from European dishes such as rice pilaf or the Spanish paella rice dish. Very cool. Now we know. I like it. Okay, let's make a little list and then we'll get going. Yay, Dave! Dax might be allowed home next week. That is so good to hear. Woohoo! Okay, so first things first, because the beignets are a yeast dough, we need to mix that up and then it has to rise for about 1 hour. And I will say it is warm in here, so it might not even take that long. Squigs, how's it going? So I love shrimp and grits in NOLA, specifically the Palace Cafe shrimp and grits with their cheffunked sauce. What is that? I'm intrigued. Holy smokes, Dave. Well, we're all thinking of you. We're sending all the good vibes through the internet. Cool, Wilson. I didn't know. Spain sold France Louisiana before the American Revolutionary War. So that's why the two cultures are so prominent in that area. Very nice. Thank you for the info. I appreciate that. Okay, write down. Beignets. Make dough. / proof 1 hour. These are basically like donuts, let's say, right? Like maybe the first ever donut was a beignet. Don't quote me on that, but that's what I'm imagining. So that, and then really, really easy to make these, I love it, is we just pour all of the dough once it's proofed onto the board, kind of tap it down until it's about 1 inch thick, and then you just slice it into little rectangles or squares for yourself. Rather than fooling around with like cutting rounds and stuff like that. Yeah, a large rectangle about 1/4 inch thick. Sorry. 1/4 inch thick, that's thin. So that means these are going to just blow up in the oil then. I'll just say pat and cut. And then fry, what are they saying? 350 F, so that's like a pretty typical oil temperature for deep frying, especially donuts. Don't want to go higher because of the sugar content. It might make it brown quicker than the donut can cook through, right? What will you do for proofing in the commissary kitchen when it is cold? Good idea, or a good question, Lily. So, I mean, we always have like a heater around. So usually I would just put it somewhere near the heater, something like that. Nice thing about computer equipment and running the stream the whole time is that also gives off some heat. So like where I'm working around is nice and warm too. And other than that, you can do stuff like put warm or hot water into a cloth and then put that cloth with the towel into a little bin and then just cover it. And then that residual heat from the cloth will keep it all warm. There's lots of options. I mean, one thing about being a chef is you always have to adapt to your environment. Yeah, get Sammy to sit on them. Are we hatching eggs? Okay, back to Chifunked sauce. Chifunked River, I hope I'm saying this right too, drains into Lake Pontchartrain in Louisiana in the States. Named after that type of Meunier sauce that is very Worcestershire focused, so it has a heavy tamarind taste, but it's so good. Whoa. Sounds like it's like full of a lot of interesting things. Pontchartrain. Thank you. Learning. Okie day. And then last thing for the beignets, just to finish, is they get a really big tap of icing sugar over top for garnish. And then we are talking, because this is like a pretty basic recipe, is we just have the beignets. You can serve them, they're typically served with maybe a couple dipping sauces, caramel, chocolate. I was planning on just doing a little bit of raspberry jam for dipping because I like the fruits. So we got options. Okay, into the jambalaya. Jamba. You give up trying to pronounce any rivers, lakes, marshes that far south. Okay, so I'm going to read through the recipe from Southern Living for the jambalaya. According to the dictionary, jambalaya is rice cooked usually with ham, sausage, chicken, shrimp, or oysters and seasoned with herbs. That's the dictionary definition. In talking with lovers of authentic Creole food, this statement is as close as you will get to having people agree on what jambalaya really is. Opinions differ on how to cook a proper jambalaya, just as they differ on how to cook a gumbo or whether you should put sugar in your cornbread. Everyone will agree, however, that this jambalaya recipe, which is ready in just an hour, so let's see. Typically it's not. The recipe is delicious and easy enough to earn a spot in the recipe box. Fry up some flavorful andouille sausage to start the dish off right, followed by the aromatic trinity of onion, celery, and pepper. This recipe uses shredded cooked chicken, but feel free to substitute some leftover Thanksgiving turkey instead. Boom! I remember why we chose this, because we were like, well, day after Thanksgiving, here you go, everyone. Instead of just like making turkey soup or something like that, do something different. Yeah, cornbread needs a little sweetness, but sometimes the corn gives it enough. High quality corn probably has better sugar content, right? They say if you're having company over for the holidays, take some of the meal plan and stress off your shoulders. Simply make a pan of this jambalaya ahead of time and freeze it, reheat it, and serve it with a warm loaf of crusty bread for a delicious and hearty meal. So hands-on time, 30 minutes. Total time, 1 hour. Makes 8 to 10 servings. I'm in. So 1 pound of sausage, canola oil, onion, celery, bell pepper, garlic, bay leaf, Creole seasoning, dried thyme and oregano, canned tomato, chicken broth, long grain rice, chicken, shrimp, and then for garnishing, parsley and green onion. Sweet. Okay, so kind of first things first, like it says, is we'll start by frying up the sausage a bit for that. And then you take that out and then start frying up your veggies in there and add everything else. Put the lid on and call it a day for half an hour. That's the thing about having the rice, right? So if you remember how to make rice on the stovetop, it takes about 20 minutes to cook it. Kind of same thing there. So we will leave the shrimp out of the jambalaya until near the end so it doesn't get overcooked and rubbery. So I'll just put meats, veg, rice, broth, and then simmer. One nice big pot. And then you can decide how spicy or not spicy you want to make it. That's the other nice thing about this. Okay, I'm gonna put that aside and then we will set up our stand mixer and get into it. Yeah, oh, just the way you described it is so accurate. I want some vaguely shrimpy bouncy balls in there. And especially the one that we got. Like, this is a pretty high-end shrimp that I picked up. Extra large raw Argentinian prawns. Love that they are wild. And yeah, so per pound, 16 to 30 of these. So they are large. Let's open this up actually, because it's packed in another plastic inside of there. Super, super nice. Holy shnikey. Those are massive. Like, just comparing to my head as always. What? And they're a touch frosty still, so I'll just let those keep thawing out a bit as we're working over here. Those are gonna be so good. So we'll probably have to like cut them in half to make them more bite size. Oh my gosh, that's gonna be so delicious. Yum. That's about the only seafood we'll be having here. I have been kind of looking online though to see if there's a online store that has good quality seafood for an okay price for shipping it frozen. We'll see. Because I mean, like fish oils and stuff, those are good for you. Okay. So first things first, we will bloom our yeast with some warm water. And then from there, so this beignet dough, to get it really nice and fluffy and soft, there is eggs, there is milk, and there is butter. Anytime we add dairy into a bread dough, we know that that's what makes it soft and fluffy, like a Wonder Bread. Same with any other fats though, oils, etc. Really does help. And then I think that those fats also help kind of keep the bread fresher longer, right? Keeps it from drying out as quickly. What? Seen where Uber Eats is gonna do cannabis up here now? What? Like delivery? Wilson, there's only a few cooking shows on Twitch where you can actually see the excitement of the streamer for what they're doing. Yep, I am excited to make this stuff today. I love Cajun food. And Dust has been taking a teaspoon of cod liver oil every morning. Helps with brain function and joint support. Yeah, I put it on the list today, Dust, for Sammy to pick up some fish oil, like capsules, hopefully from Costco. It totally helps. I can notice it when I don't have it. And hi, Bonk! Happy Friday! And holy smokes, yeah, 23-month resub? We're almost at 2 years? It only feels like you've been around for like 1. Where did the other year go? Hope you had an all right week, Bonk. We're just getting into things here. Blues are just in Ontario. It was lost to COVID. Yeah, we can chalk it up to that for sure. That's extra. This is extra stuff. And if anyone was also wondering, we do have an Astra in here with us. She's tired today though, so don't talk to her. She's not having any of it. A good week so far, Bonk? Awesome. That's good to hear. That's so cute, Palooza. The kitty passed out on top of the space heater. Oh, what else happened this week? I'm just trying to think of the crazy things that happened. We think our neighbor like blew up herself in the basement. one of the nights. Because all of the neighbors are like talking on the Facebook group online, and she's the only one that like never surfaced. It was like a straight up explosion, Wilson. So Sam and I'll tell this story first. Yeah, that's what we're thinking, Wilson. We're all just like, you know, cozied up inside watching TV. I think it's around 7:30 at night. And all of a sudden we just hear boom and like feel it. We're like, what the heck? So we go out, like running outside, because it honestly felt like it was right here. And like there's a bus stopped on the road. He's like, it felt like something just hit the bus. And like does a walk around, and my brother's like, well, did you blow an airbag or anything like that? He's like, no, all the sensors are good. And so then like all the other neighbors are out on the street, Finn messages on the Facebook group, and yeah, no one knows anything, but they said it all felt like it came from right here. And then 30 minutes later, her son comes, but we don't see or hear anything. Exciting. And then like 2 days later, the power goes out in the morning for like 19,000 people in the area. It's been a fun week. Ging Carlu, thanks for the follow. Has anyone checked? We never checked, Bonk. But yeah, like we said, her son was over about 30 minutes later, which is also a weird thing because he only comes on the weekend. Interesting. Makes you wonder. Pretty crazy though, right? Just boom. Like nothing crashing. It was a straight up explosion. Okay, we need for 30 beignets. Are we ready? Get your bellies ready. 180 mils of lukewarm water and 3.5 teaspoons of active dry yeast. Let's switch it up. Hello, Red Ham. Greetings from Western Asia.
Oh,
hello from Canada.
Yeah.
And hello, Looky Lucille. Thank you very much for the 20 months in a row. Loving these long-term resubs, friends. Hope you've had a good week, Looky. And love that little emote, too. Oh my gosh, Wilson. Well, that's impressive. That's good to hear. Okay, so let me see this recipe. Is some of it in grams? Because that would be nice, right? No. Oh, yes, it is. Yes. Yay, tasty. Yeah, Canada. Hello, Red Ham. Okay, I will go get some water. We'll pop our yeast in right now. And away we go. Most of your friends have moved to Canada, Red Ham? Cool. So 3.5 teaspoons, which is actually just over a tablespoon. There's three teaspoons in a tablespoon. But we'll do this properly. One, two, three, 0.5, and then we'll go grab the water. And this is the yeast that I always use, Red Star. We can find that in the grocery stores here. We haven't always been able to. I just noticed it in the last couple years. And it's lovely. This is a typical brand that is used in restaurants as well. And I will say it is different than an instant yeast. So active dry yeast, you always have to add a bit more compared to the instant yeast, which kind of makes sense. Yeah, the gold star. We only got a red star, okay? Okay, let's go get some waters. We'll go halfway between 150 and 200, right? Basically 180. Maybe not all of this. There we go. And now we can give that a little stir. Beignets, aka Cajun donuts. Also good for breakfast, we can say. See how much sugar is in here. Nice. There's only a 1/4 cup of sugar inside of these. That's not bad at all. Definitely can pass for a breakfast item. Okay, we can whip up our eggs. We need 1/2 cup of milk or 120 milliliters, some butter melted, 3 tablespoons, and some sugar. Yeah, Bonk. If you dressed it that way, like traditional with the powdered sugar, maybe not the best breakfast item. You're right. That's all they served us? That's unreal. And like those types of places that have never really changed what they've done and kept it simple, they will always survive. Yeah, everything just has a slight dusting of powdered sugar on it. Oh, sorry, I just smashed my coffee cup into the camera stand. I'm sorry. Okay, they say to mix all of this stuff together. So maybe we'll just get a container like this. Start with the eggs. 2 large eggs. Yeah, that much sugar in there. Do not light the cigarette. Be careful. Okay, watch. Rinse my hands in my soapy water. Yeah, I always whisk up the eggs smooth first on their own and then go from there. Maybe that's what the neighbor did, Bonk. She was just having a big old beignet party and then she lit it up. Beluzer said it too. Seriously, she's the lady that always has just the ciggy popped out of the side of her face. Had to be it. Had to be it. So nuts. I'll never forget that. Okay, 1/2 cup of milk. I just measured out some from the fridge in this container to bring it over. And I think, just for like mixing purposes, we don't want cold milk, right? Because then it's going to disturb the yeast and its happy temperature. So when we melt the butter, let's pop the little bit of milk in too to warm it up. Yeah, I hear explosions that aren't there. So when there is one, you usually miss it. Well, that was the thing. Like Finn hopped on the Facebook neighbors thing just to see if anyone else heard it. And we're like, okay, phew, we're not crazy. Butter. Unless you feel it, yeah. Well, we had both. Poor bus driver just like freaked the heck out too. Something hit the bus? I don't see nothing, dude. Okay, 3 tablespoons of butter. I'm just gonna like eye this up. What do they say? Like, they don't put a tablespoon measurement on there. Don't do that. Yeah. Was that fireworks or gunshots? See, well, luckily we don't have those questions. Most of the time, it's just people complaining about the sound of fireworks. Who's setting fireworks off right now? They hunt in the orchard. Cool Paloozer. And Lieberton. How are you doing? And thank you for the 17 months of flavor explosions. Yes, spreading the deliciousness. Let's do 30 seconds and go from there. That's a hype indeed. Man, all of these VIPs and golden knives. Can't keep up.
Oh,
I was gonna say, there it is. I think we broke Twitch for a sec. Holy Paloozer. Be careful. Okay, I'm gonna take the milk out because I don't want it to get rockin' hot. And then kill the yeast. But the butter is not quite melted yet, so let's go a little bit longer. Hello, Vune. How are you? Happy Friday, friend. Hey, that is okay, Red Ham. What we always say here is the most important thing for you is just spending time with us. So happy you found us. Hopefully you can spend a little time here today and see what exactly goes on. And yeah, welcome in. Feel free to ask away any questions. We all learn together. Yeah, I'm doing good, Vune. Doing good. Gonna be paying close attention to the VOD for this recipe. You love jambalaya. Yes. Yeah. Told Rando I was making a good one today for us. Okay, so we whipped up our eggs up here. I'm gonna pour the milk in now. That's been slightly warmed. Mix this in. Create a little barrier for this warm butter. And then we'll mix that together. Don't want to cook the eggs with the butter though, right? That's what I was just thinking of. So mix that up again. And then the next thing we're gonna put in the mix-in bowl. Yeah, it's actually foaming up, nice. Is the flour. We'll measure out the flour. And what else? Oh yeah, and a little bit of sugar. 1/4 cup of sugar, 50 grams plus 2 tablespoons. Okay. Oh, Astra, I'm literally just grabbing the sugar. You little bum. Come on. She's like, where's Auntie going? I'm gonna sprinkle the sugar in with the yeast. Hello, Lathery. And Laser Beam. Welcome in, friend. Boom. I think we have a Samo. I think a Samo's home. Hello, Armored Baron. It's going well. How is your day going? Thanks for stopping by. Okay. Get that yeast happy, right? It's waking up for sure. It's getting foamy in there. Don't usually see that. Okay, next up. So 500 grams of flour. They say bread flour, but I think all-purpose is just fine. So I'll measure that out with my scale, and then away we go. We're almost there. And then it'll take about 10 minutes or so to mix up this final dough properly. Measure out the flour in this bowl. I even brought my flour bin in here. It's so nice. Yeah, right, Paloozer. Good point. The yeast is happy because it's actually super nice out today. It's Friday. It could be worse. I think it could always be worse, can it? Fill up the flour bin. Just gonna go right into there. Where's my cup measure? I have a 25-kilo bag of flour in this bin that I pull out of. Unit. Nice. I already got half of what we need without even trying. 500 grams is what we need. Yeah, Paloozer. One of my favorite brands of kitchen scales is either Escali or Taylor brand. I'm just waiting for this one that we have to like blarg out, and then I'll probably upgrade to that. Okay. That's so handy right there. I'm loving it. Into the bowl. And I think the last thing we need is just some salt. Sweet. So that. We always add the salt last because salt and yeast are not friends. And then this was our milk, eggs, and butter. I'm gonna turn this on. This is gonna be so good. And now we can get rid of our dirty dishes. Okay, Pup. Get up there. Pop it up, Pup. Do you wanna go on Uncle's? Okay, come on. She must be missing Uncle. She's gotta sit on his chair. Okay, real quick. A 1/4 teaspoon of salt, or I just do a pinch. There we go. Nice. He's been struggling with pizza dough and breads. Told him he needs to go by weight, not volume. Yep. Any baker you'll ever meet, Paloozer, all they use for their recipes is grams. Everything is scaled by weight. Otherwise, it just won't be consistent ever. This is my new scale spot. Yeah, Astra. This is looking nice. Definitely sticky. And yeah, the newest attachment that Encarcerum just released, the ice cream maker, was like, oh heck. Hey Trev, how are you doing? See if I can get this to focus on more of the dough than the metal piece on top. I don't know if we will. Yeah, Red Ham. Please go give a follow on our socials. I don't know if you use Discord or not, but we have an amazing Discord community. Lots and lots of people there, and that's where we post all of our recipes, food photos, and anything else. Happy days, Trev? Perfect. Are you full of turkey or what? This is a pretty soft dough. Soft and shaggy. And hello, Timber. Welcome in. Pop my coffee cup there. And yeah, way easier that way too, Paloozer. Like most bakers that I know, they just take the entire mixing bowl. This is what we used to do for the pizza dough at least. Pop it onto a big scale and just measure everything into the bowl. Pop it on the Hobart, good to go. And then you can really just get into that routine of doing that all the time. Just gonna use a small spatula to do a scrape around the edge here and commingle some pieces of dough that are kind of popped up on the dough hook that aren't mixed in as evenly. This is feeling so good. Sammy! Be reckless, roger that. Okay, see you soon, dearly. Need a new cheap PC case that's wider than 4 inches. Any recommendations? What did we used to use? I forget. But it was pretty nice and compact and like, yeah, just super simple viewed. P something or other. I can't give you much more than that. You don't do turkey, Trev. You did chicken with roasted veg and chocolate cake. Yeah, I love to hear like everyone's little different traditions. Is a lot of people don't actually do turkey for Thanksgiving. It's nice to switch it up. Like I posted on my Instagram today, maybe for Christmas, instead of doing turkey, you do some duck. I'm gonna turn this up a bit. Okay, so next up, we'll pop this aside to rest once it's been mixed. Then we'll get into our jambalaya. Maybe start by chopping the veg first and the sausage, and then go from there. Your dad does a turkey and a baked ham. Nice. Oh, man. Okay. Quick story time again. I went to the store yesterday to grab all the groceries for stream. Unreal amount of pork there. I was so sad that we didn't have our big fridge because I totally would have picked up. They had a whole leg of pork, bone in. Here, I'll show on this one. Like massive, just entire ham, bone in. I was like, that'd be so good to brine and put on the smoker. And for $1.99 a pound, like you save $2.50 a pound and then you spend $1.99 a pound. When you save more than you spend, yes. But yeah, we got a really nice pork shoulder for tomorrow to clean up and grind for the Ukrainian meatballs. Yeah, pulled pork time. Yeah, I wish that I could have bought that ham because holy smokes, that would have been amazing. Also the same piece that you make prosciutto from, except it's dry cured. So it's literally just packed with salt for minimum 12 months. I only know that because I saw some of the process in the last restaurant I worked in. This is getting there. We'll do the window test in a bit. We're gonna smoke tomorrow? Sadly, no. Yeah, tomorrow we are completing a 75,000 pots and pans request for Torino to make Ukrainian foods. And yeah, if I bought that big ham from the store, I would have nowhere to put it. And it's too warm out right now to use the outside fridge. This is getting there. Careful looking through the window. Yeah, you might get hit with beads. Oh, look at that gluten structure building up. When will we smoke again? I don't know. Maybe next weekend. Any streams nearby? For what? Yeah, I was also looking at the pork ribs at this store, but they weren't as good of a deal as some of the other pork pieces. Oh, and this is one other thing I noticed. So the first kind of big break in the supply chain from Alberta, where we are now, to BC, where we used to live, absolutely zero fresh herbs on the shelf. Nothing to be had. So that tells me that most of the herbs that we got were grown in BC. Is this ice cream E-Ping 2323? No, we are making some beignet dough, so like Cajun donuts, we can say. And then this will rest for 1 hour, and then they get cut and deep fried. Yeah, it's so crazy, Wilson. Another fact that we've been learning, that area where they had the flood, that supplied BC and probably Alberta with half of their eggs and chickens. No longer. Dairy prices are rising. So yeah, time to start finding local farms and really supporting them, because I think those are going to be in high demand coming up. Huge. Massive. Zisternix, thank you for the follow. What stores do we have there? We have lots of stores. One of my favorite Canadian grocery stores, I think more for Western Canada, is Save On Foods. It's actually the first place I ever worked too, stocking shelves. I like them because they get their meats and stuff like that and veggies from local farms and show where it's from. Not all of the stores do that. Yeah, baked donuts, not the same at all. I think this is almost there though. I can see the gluten buildup. Yeah, it's true, Red Ham. Cooking and baking, you need to have patience. You have to do that kind of slow roll. Not everything's gonna be quick. Save On Foods, Potpourri. Had the same kind of flooding a couple years ago, washed out all sorts of bridges, culverts, cliffs. So Canada's getting rocked from both coasts right now. And the Trans-Canada Highway has I think if we added it all up from coast to coast, about 6 holes in it, minimum. It's not a funny thing. And I was like, well, at least Hitch got his cross-Canada bike trip when he did, because that would not be happening. And then the other really interesting thing that we've been learning is that area in BC that actually was a lake 100 years ago. And they decided to somehow drain the lake, put in a dam, and now you see what happens over time. You can't just take a lake out. It'll only be a matter of time before it comes back, right? The Sumas Lake. Nature's coming back? Yep. she doesn't give a heck. Oh, this is looking good. Okay, turning it down. Window test. Hi, Torino. Hello, fellow Canadian. Yeah, I know that. We've been learning through YouTube and stuff like that, Torino, about like the history and stuff like that. Can you do a turkey? Maybe we'll smoke a turkey for Christmas. Why don't I talk to Sammy and see what we're feeling? Oh yes, this is it. Okay, let me get this little piece off. So as you can see right now, it's kind of sticky. That's okay though. Doesn't stop us from doing the window test. And that's why we also have to rest this. So as this rests, it's gonna get less sticky. So stretch in the middle until we see through. And it doesn't break right away. Nice. Look at that. That's a beautiful window. Okay, let me just go rinse my hands and then we'll ball this up. Cover it up nice and tight so it doesn't dry. It's jambalaya time. Right to Reno. Southern Manitoba is a floodplain, so you're waiting on the day that all floods. And then the other thing we have been learning as well is south from us in the States is all of the water is actually flowing up north to that area where it's already flooding. So just because like how the world is shaped, it doesn't always go down. The way that things are laid out is, yeah, we get the water from the States too. So if it floods there, it floods here. It's been really interesting. We've been learning a lot this week. It is a sticky dough for sure, but yeah, you can see how well we developed the gluten, and that's what really matters. So that's gonna help the beignets keep their shape when we go to fry it and puff up really nicely. You always run into issues if you undermix your dough, and I've always found it very difficult to overmix. Whoa. We're like bouncing. Be good. Doing it by hand, yeah. Good luck trying to even overmix that. Your arms will be dead by the time you get to that point. Red Ham, you want to tell secrets? We don't have secrets here. Yeah. Astra knows what's up. Oh, that's the secret. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, don't tell anyone. Red Ham loves cake. I haven't done a cake in a while. Since almost like, what, summertime? No, we did Black Forest cake not long ago. Like a month ago, for Sam's dad's birthday. Okay, all cleaned off. Now let's kind of loosely ball this up. Yeah, Astra is the secret keeper. She gets so excited, though. When she knows I'm streaming, like, just pumped. It's really adorable. She signs in for work half an hour early. Honestly, can't complain about that. And is always around when we need her. Moral support dog. A pie cake in. Where did I see that? Did someone post that in our Discord? I might have to take that on. I mean, maybe some things are better left separate, but you just never know. A 3-layer cake with 2 pies inside. Followed by, okay, sweet pecan pie is the bottom. And also will be like the structure that holds up to everything else because of the nuts. Then pumpkin pie and then a spice layer cake. Mmm. Both pie layers even have a real pie crust. Well, I do have 2 pie crusts in the freezer, Paloozer, that we can just roll out. Are you hinting something? Yeah, see? I know I would get heck from my pie lovers. Like, why would you do that? Okay, I'm gonna put, what, 45 minutes on the timer? 45-minute timer. Because I feel like it's gonna go quick. We can check it then, and then get ourselves ready. Nice warm spot. Yeah, it's over here. By the space heater. Okay, get rid of this stuff. Then it's time for savories. Beignets are almost as easy as like making focaccia buns or ciabatta buns. So simple. I love the doughs that you just like pour out, pat down into a rectangle and cut. Just content spitballing. BRB for 45 minutes. Yep, the dough has to proof. Since we've worked all of that gluten just now, it has to rest. Otherwise, it'll be too elasticy for us to do anything. And then the product just won't be as good. Okay. Quick wipey. Just in case we dropped anything. And holy heck. Bonk. Like, these are just looking at me right now. We got jumbo wild Argentinian shrimp on sale for this. I'm in love. More for us though. Rando doesn't love shrimps. You can have more chicken and sausage. Yeah. It was $13 for 340 grams. I was like, that is a amazing price. Celery, garlic. I got 2 different colors of bell peppers. And then I got a bit of a sad onion that I noticed has seen better days. So I'm just gonna trim that off and we can use the rest of it. Camarones gigante. Boom. Oof. Wipe that up too. We're scrimping. Just gonna get rid of this big bag of sugar that's in the way. Okay, so we'll start with all this, and for the jambalaya, especially like any sort of rice dishes or even pasta dishes with smaller pieces of noodles, stuff like that, is we always cut the veggies a bit smaller too. Maybe the peppers will go a bit larger just so they don't get soggy on us and too mushy. But for sure the onion and celery we can dice a bit finer. They call those shrimp or prawns. Believe shrimp. Oh no, they call them prawns. Here's the package. And all of those shells, I think I'm gonna save. That's straight up flavor. Bring over my compost bin. That size, they gotta be prawns. The other thing I want to do with those, heck, I should have got another package, is grill them, like marinate with chili and garlic, pop them right over the coals. I'm gonna do this layer too. It's got some funky stuff on it, and holy, this is strong. This is quite a strong one. You can also see by like how juicy this onion is. Holy. I'm not crying. You're crying. Barbecue it. Oh, nice. Yeah, you didn't go long enough. That's my favorite. And hello, Mod Pro. Welcome in. You didn't want to spam. I love going off on that. Okay, let's start with the onion. So, what should we say? Like 1/4 inch? 1/4 inch dice on this. And we'll just match the celery to that. Yeah, good friend Bubba, they'd be happy. Okay, I'm gonna go from this way. Oh gosh. I hate when this happens because I can't see. Breathe. Breathe, my friend. Boom. Onion. Done. Yeah, sassy onion. Holy. This has got to be the most hilarious part of food and drink streams. The streamers cut in onions. What should we do? These 3 very dirty celery stalks. Wow. Something stainless steel to rub hands underwater with? Like a spoon or something? Okay. I'll go over to this sink when we wash this. Let's just trim up this bottom stuff first. Just get away from this onion for a moment. Astra, careful. It's dangerous in here. I have not cried from an onion in a long, long time. I'm getting weak chat. Holy smokes. Okay, I might have to just mute and blow my nose. Come on, Astra. Come on over, Astra. Yeah, it's just mise en place, Kate. You don't have to get sad. Okay, 1 second.
Oh, yeah.
I made it. Bonk! Thank you very much. Gifting the sub to Paloozer. you have gifted 2 subs in the channel. And Paloozer, 17 months in a row. Thank you, friend. Scared you? Okay. That onion was fighting back. So let's trim this up a bit more now that it's washed. And then maybe trim the top if you feel like it needs it. I might actually just trim all of that. And then the other thing I've only noticed is this one has a couple boo-boos in the center. So we'll clean that out before we finally dice it up too. Turn that back the other way, and then we'll just trim this up to fit the knife. I cut it in 2. And then just grab a paring knife. Rinse it off because I finished cutting butter with it. I'll just kind of dig that part out. It's always wise to trim that stuff off first before we cut it smaller. Otherwise, you'll be stuck picking it out later. There we go. Oh, dust. I was gonna say, did anyone find like any awesome Black Friday deals at all today that they wanted to share with people? Maybe food related, maybe not. Feel free to share in chat. It's always good to not pay full price for your stuff. Haven't looked, but you should check. I tried looking around on Amazon, but couldn't find much. Holy, this is just splitting. Astra? Astra. What are you doing? You don't have Black Friday there? Okay, that's fair as well. And thank you for letting me know. Oh, Johnson. I hope I'm saying that right. Thank you very much for the raid. Welcome, welcome. The maker of knives raid? Oh, is that what John streams? Is knife making? Amazing. We're honestly just talking about knives right now. Welcome in Albin Q Sheep, as well as Surge Junk 666. How was John's stream today? He makes knives. That is absolutely amazing. That is also good to know of someone like that on Twitch. I've been using this shun for many, many years. But yeah, always good to look into handmade ones. Support local. Rated because we had a knife showing. Sweet. Yeah, some of my mods were just talking about this. Maybe one of them is going to gift it to themselves for Christmas. That is so awesome. Yeah, welcome in. Today we are making some Cajun food. Thank you, Bonk, for posting the menu, the recipe, and all of my socials if you guys want to follow us elsewhere on the interwebs. Trev, you just bought your 3rd handmade knife this year. Support the makers. Love that. Thanks for sharing. You made custom stainless steel kitchen knives. You know what? Feel free to give me a whisper on Twitch or join our Discord. I would love to talk to you about this further. And may I also ask, are you located in North America? We're going to pop the onion and celery all together here because it's going to cook together in the pot. And then we're also making jambalaya today post Thanksgiving in America because it's also another good way to use up turkey leftovers. Just throw it in the end. good to go. Yeah, so cool, Red Ham. Thanks for sharing. Don't ask me why this celery curled up like this. A bit dry, if you will. Makes it hard to cut, though. There we go. And then we'll get into the garlic next. Yeah, strung a bit too tight there, one can say. It's a lot of celery. What do you want me to say, Trev? Yeah, right? Like, it'll cook out. That's one of the main parts of jambalaya. And I think, honestly, I'm using all of this garlic head. It's not that much. For 8 to 10 servings worth, no skimping. Yeah, if you know how I cook my veg when we're making bases for these dishes, is we cook it out pretty well. I wouldn't use too much celery either because, well, my husband is a bit of a celery hater. So yeah, I'm always cooking kind of with him in mind. I know the limit. A lot of garlic too. We don't skimp on garlic here. Such good flavor. I love it. It's good for you as well. Oh, that one's a bit poopy. Just get rid of that in the compost. And yeah, I always smash the cloves first because it makes it so easy to peel. Just pops the skin open for us. Garlic is so good. And like once it's mixed in with everything, you should not have it over flavoring. Hi, dearly.
Hi, how are you?
She's been waiting forever.
Forever. Who's gonna pet me?
She was even sleeping in your chair. She warmed it up for you.
Aw, thank you.
Yeah, so cute. Sammy's done work for the week. Trev, pickled garlic? So easy. Why don't you just make your own? We used to do this in the restaurant. A pizza base. Thank you, dearly. So, savior for me, because we talked about having no fresh herbs at the store. Luckily, Sam had some at his work, so thank you for that. Oh my gosh. What is this? What is this, chat?
A Snickers cheesecake.
Yum. Snickers cheesecake? I'm in. That's funny you say that. Yeah, what the heck? Okay, I'll open up the lid just to show. Gotta look through the glass. Straight up, like sliced Snickers bar on there. Peanuts. I love all that stuff. Chocolate peanut caramel plus cheesecake. Doggo's like, is that for me? Hi, Orange Boy. Yeah, maybe Sammy can feed us a bite of that while we're working in this garlic sitch. Oh, that's a big bite. Mmm. I love that kind of cheesecake. Chocolate, peanut,
And hi,
caramel.
everyone. How are you guys today?
Okay.
Orange boy? Who's orange?
We're just gonna slice the garlic. My hands are so sticky.
I'm having a great day. How are you guys?
Yeah, orange boy.
Oh.
I'm orange. Jeez.
That's fantastic.
It's okay. I
Hi,
didn't
orange boy.
forget you.
How are you?
Sammy just thinks everyone's talking about him.
Who's orange boy?
Who is that?
Who's that? What are they doing?
Oh, Serge is falling for my husband? I don't really share. Okay. It's the eyes. Yeah, don't look too closely, okay? Torino knows. The dog. Too good. And it is actually a she. She's a rescue. And she is not ours. It's my brother and his partner's dog. Her name is Astra. And they believe she is a German Shepherd Rottweiler mix with maybe a bit of Husky. And yeah, she is just the best ever. One of the most well-behaved dogs I have honestly ever met. Such a good personality. Worst guard dog ever, though. Way too nice. This is a healthy amount of garlic for sure. It's gonna be so good though. Like once we add the peppers as well, right? Because we gotta make sure this combines. Good ratios. Yum. And yeah, with the chicken, shrimp, and sausage, we almost need that bit of extra flavor. Work through all that stuff. I was like, where did I lose my hand wiping cloth? The Holy Trinity of Creole cooking. Yeah, enough garlic. We won't even care about the celery. So next up are bell peppers. Show you how to take, these apart and kind of not make a mess with the seeds. Korean food, 6 to 10 cloves of garlic is standard. I love that. So we cut along the side, kind of imagining where the core would be. Just gonna tap out the seeds into my compost bin on the side. And then we just kind of keep going around like that. So again, boom, 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 bottom, and then around the top if you want. Usually I just kind of save that for pepper snacks for myself as we're prepping. Little crunch and juiciness. And then we end up with this. Contains most of the seeds in there still. Seems like this one just had a ton of seeds inside. Sometimes we cannot help that. But yeah, I don't like the texture of pepper seeds in my mouth, so I'm usually pretty diligent about getting rid of all of them. Yeah, and we're not even complaining about that amount of garlic. Nope. So good for you. This little part of the pepper is not looking too good. So we'll trim that. And then we'll get into the orange one. And then we'll show you how to dice this all up. Yeah, it's almost like fruit, totally. So crunchy and juicy and sweet. Out of all the like sweeter bell peppers, I think the green one is my least favorite. Like if you're gonna choose green bell pepper, I would probably just choose like a Mexican poblano because it'll have more flavor. Candy some capsicums. I wonder. I mean, I'm sure someone's done it. Yeah, try telling that to your kids, Trev. Oh, man. Okay, that. I see a little bit of weird stuff inside of here as well. Just kind of the pepper butt. Trim that out. Pop that up there. And away we go. So maybe we'll start with these weird pieces from the bottom. And we'll go a bit larger in size than what we cut the onion and celery. Because I don't want the peppers to go too mush on us. More like 1/2-inch cubes if you can. Let me start going through this way. Bell pepper and maple syrup? The Canadian in me is a little bit confused. I've never heard of it before. I don't know. Do we need to try this? I feel like we don't. That seems like a waste of maple syrup in my mind. And as you can see, I'm kind of keeping that separate from this part. We're not going to cook the peppers with everything right off the bat. I'll throw them in near the end so they retain their texture. Red peppers and steak. I really like grilled peppers or griddled peppers and onions with like sausage. Oh, just a tablespoon of maple syrup for 2 whole peppers? That's not bad then. Pleaser. Thanks for the info. I've never heard of candying bell pepper. Why would that be a thing? What is the purpose of that? Bam. Chef snacks. Also, let's taste it. Not super sweet, but tasty nonetheless. Yeah, healthier snacking, we have no idea. I thought maybe they would have said something as to why it's done. That's a nut. Okay. So, should I clear all this off and we'll get into the sausage next. And then it start to cooking. What do we got on the timer here? 16 minutes? Before the beignets? This is what I'm thinking. If it ends up like proofing too quick, you can always pat out the dough just on a small cutting board and pop it in the fridge while we're still working on the jamba. Kind of always just crave pancakes. Hi, Mickey. How are you doing? Welcome in. So I'm gonna wipe off my knife. All about the timings today, that's for sure. Grab a bench scraper. Clear everything off of the board. And then we'll be making the jambalaya in a nice big Dutch oven pot. Maybe we can even call this a version of a one-pot wonder, right? We love those types of recipes. And then pop the peppers in a container. Sneaky onion celeries. You're okay? You're having a storm there right now, Mickey? Okay, stay safe, please. Heavy wind and rain. I think a lot of places in the world are getting crazy storms right now. We've just been basking in the warmth. Lucky. Yeah, the irony is always craving pancakes, but rarely actually make them. Totally, and they're actually so easy to make, right? Wipe up all that onion juice so that can just stay together on the side. Next one, get a small-ish cutting board. And our sausage. They only had 2 types of sausage at the store yesterday, so we've used this before. We used it in the Spanish chickpea soup, the red pepper Asiago sausage. So that's gonna be really yummy again. I didn't think that a maple blueberry sausage would be good. Yeah, dust. We got snow, but honestly, I mean, we still have snow, but all of the roads and sidewalks are completely melted and clear. Just full on melt right now. Boom. So 4 sausages for $12. That's not bad. No andouille bonk, I know. It's really hard to find. Like, they even have some specialty sausages at the Italian bakery, but still no andouille. Must not be a thing in Canada. So I've even phoned around to butcher shops and they're just like, no. $3 a link. They're pretty large links. The one kind of smoky aspect that I do have a bit of is just a bit of bacon that we could chop up. But that bacon is a very strong, like, maple and smoky flavor that I don't want it to take away from the rest of the dish. Like, what if we just add a little bit of smoked paprika? Safeway sells it, Torino? What? So you have access to it there, and I am, like, having the toughest time finding it here? Okay. I feel like I'm just gonna have to start making my own. I don't know what else to say. So we will, okay, we have options. We have an option to just squeeze the sausage out of the tube and have like chunks, or I can slice it up and have little rounds of sausage instead. What should we do? Sliced? Okay. I might do this 2 by 2 just so it's easier for my knife blade. And then whenever I'm slicing this, I try not to go too thin because these will shrink up when we start to fry. Sliced up is cute. That's amazing, Torino. I'm jealous. Northern Manitoba, they might not have everything, but they do have andouille sausage. It does seem loose, right? I was questioning that as I was cutting it up. I did notice that the store that I've been going to, they got a new person in like the meat section. He doesn't really love his job. I think he'd rather not be there. And I'm starting to see with the quality starting to decline after the last couple weeks. Because this looks different than the sausage, the same one that we used a couple weeks ago. Right. Yeah, like even if you guys are noticing it. Ah, that makes sense to Reno. Someone maybe asked to get a bunch in and that's why they had it. Yeah, everyone is noticing. Like, it shouldn't be sticking to my knife like that, right? Okay, just gonna go rinse this stuff up. No cross-contamination allowed. We'll keep the cutting board because we still have to get into a bit of chicken butchery. Maybe we'll do that next. Just make sure it's all cut up. And then we can finally start cooking. Yeah, meat in tube form, just the best.
Hot dogs.
Yeah, we may or may not have had a very fancy meal this week of hot dogs and Annie's. And I have to say,
hot dogs.
yeah, it was so satisfying. That's another thing that I really enjoy making, though, is sausages. Pies and sausages. Is that what the truck's gonna be? We got pies and we got sausages. Okay, really washing this up good so we don't cross-contaminate. How about a sausage pie? We could probably make that happen, Green Fang. Wilson, hey, I'm not asleep anymore. Sorry, I got too comfy. Welcome back. You're hilarious. Hot dogs on the grill? Clemmy. On the grill. Baby grill. Hello, True Sensitivity. How are you doing? Okay. First things first. The beignet dough, it can stay there for a little bit more. So I'm gonna bring up the induction plate and we'll start frying up here. Let's get it going. It was so good. I love when that happens. Sometimes I say funny things on stream. Sometimes chat does. We're all one big happy family. Whoa, it is 1 month until Christmas. Okay, I guess the year's gone. I guess that was a year. Have y'all ever watched the Cajun Cook? Old American cooking show? I have never. Yeah, Astra is being a really good girl. Just gotta balance this out. There we go. She's happy Uncle's home now. Now she's just waiting for Finn. Get the biggest Dutch oven you have. For me, it is this one. We're gonna turn it on. Turn up that temp because we want to kind of saute and fry stuff. And then I'm just gonna put a little bit of grapeseed oil in just to help with sticking. Yeah, bonk. And by the way, due to inflation and food supply chain issues, the 5-second rule has now been extended to 10 seconds. Thank you for your cooperation. Seriously, though. Okay, that. So we'll start with this. Get a spoon. And then once that's frying, we will do maybe a bit of chicken butchery just on the side here. Why the heck not? Samo, can I give you this little bit of milk to drink?
Yeah.
Just from measuring my beignet dough?
Sure. No.
Oh,
On the counter,
Astra's gonna eye it up. She's like, that's for me? Okay. Also, while this is heating up, I'm just gonna blow my nose one last time because I hate sniffling on stream with you guys. This is gonna be so good. Man, that onion really helped to clear out my sinuses. Oh, the Justin Williams show is the one you're talking about, Wilson? Okay, this is smoking up already. It's time. Is that in Dewey? Yeah, no, sadly. Sadly not. Okay, careful that we don't splash when putting this in. Now even it out. And I got it on nice high heat so it doesn't stick too much either. Next up, Chamkin. And then I'll grab my boning knife. As soon as this sausage hits the pan, all you smell is like the Asiago cheese. It smells so freaking good. Like instant salivation. So for the chicken component today, I thought it would be wise to just use the chicken breast because it's really easy to cut up. We don't have to fool around with too much deboning, anything like that. See, this cooled off a bit just now. Pop it up a bit more in heat. Bill from the King of Hill is Cajun. I have not watched that show in so long. And then I'm going to take the skin off of the chicken breast as well. Feel like it'll turn out better, but we're not going to throw it out. We'll save it to make some stock from. Watch your face. Starting to splash. I typically take the leg off first from the chicken, so this is a good little challenge for me to just take the breast off. Pretty simple. And yeah, whenever I'm working with butchery, I always keep one clean hand, and that's always the hand that's working with the knife. Let's give this a stir, if possible. Why are you sticking? Why are you being like this? Hey, what the heck is with this pot? I don't love it, if I'm being honest, guys. I always have issues with it sticking right in the center, and I don't know if it's just a cheap enamel. Because, like, okay, we already oiled it. That was, like, almost burnt. Luckily, I got it unstuck. These are the things I notice. It doesn't cook like my other Dutch ovens. And then in a few moments, I'm actually gonna wash my hands. Or if I'm able to, I'll just grab a bowl to pop those sausage pieces into. Boom. Chicken's complete. It is forming the fond there. But, like, it shouldn't really stick. I guess it might be the cheese in the sausage. I might have to just say that's good. I mean, we did get some good browning action. It could be the cheese. Ooh, also getting warm in here. Let's get that steam fan going. Yeah, forgot about the cheeses. Never forget about the cheeses. Nice thing about when we put the veggies into here, though, is they should start to loosen up all of that goodness that did stick because of their moisture. That's why I also made sure all the veggies were pre-cut before we even started doing the sausage, so we can just roll right into it. And then maybe the chicken last. First things first, onion, celery, garlic. I'm gonna turn this down one notch. It was on 330 Fahrenheit. I'm gonna turn it down to 300. Do we have snow yet in Edmonton? Yep. We got a dump, what, almost a month ago now? But it has been melting this whole week. Okay, now that's too low. These are the times when I miss my electric oven and or gas. I think I'm just gonna keep butchering this chicken on the side because those veggies will take a moment. Legs, take the wings off, and then I'll probably make just a stock from the carcass. Get it rolling right after stream. So, pop that in there. Pop that in there. We got our chicken breasts. This is smelling insane. Samo, how good does it smell in here right now? Okay, get an onion garlic smells. I'm really watching this down here. I might give it a scrape. It seems like we're not loosening it up as well as I thought. So you want to make sure we really control the heat and don't burn that lovely layer of flavor that we've been working on. Is that my Discord or yours? Definitely. Help! I got chicken hands. There it is, chat. Chicken in a pot, going outside. I think that's it for our... Oh, just gotta take the skin off of the chicken breast first and pop that in the pot as well. And we'll dice up our chicken. Sam. Smells too good. Yeah, I mean, it's not andouille sausage, but it is Asiago red pepper. Which, if you ever had this type of sausage, it's yummy. Still yummo. Let's do like 1-inch chunks of chicken for this. Because it will shrink a bit as it cooks too. Always keep that in mind. I don't know if you guys can see if I open this up. Me working on this side. So I always start by taking the tender off of the chicken breast. And also just kind of trimming off any cartilage or something that our knife went through. And we'll dice those up. Maybe just pop them back in the bowl. Yeah, look it. I knew if I just kind of let it sit here for a sec, that the moisture of the veggies, also cooked at a lower heat, would start to loosen it up. And I don't want to come in and scrape with a metal spatula or spoon, because that's how you really can wreck the enamel. So I just kind of keep cooking out at a lower heat, working on that fond, and then everything will get happy. And this is like the most important part of building something in a one pot sort of meal, is going through these layers of flavor. So I gotta ask, who in chat has had jambalaya before? And yeah, once your fond gets going, good point, Trev. Window for add-in stuff gets really small, so you better be ready. Hi, Eric. How are you? Gotta make a cheesecake and some mac and cheese tomorrow, so I'll be lurking in the kitchen. Love it, dude. Good to see you today. Hope you had a good Turk's Day. There we go. Okay, now I'm gonna go quickly wash up. a touch more oil, I think, as well. It is always surprising how much oil the veggies soak up as they're cooking, releasing their own moistures. Okay, just gonna get rid of this chickeny stuff. Nice, Lieberton. Had it at Pat O'Brien's in Orlando. Cool. Had a Cajun chef brother in the Coast Guard. Nice, Wilson. I bet that was insanely good. Haven't really had a great one before, Pulpery. Also can't help but always say jambalaya like Seinfeld's Newman does. I don't remember how he says it. And then the only thing left that we have to kind of take care of is the shrimp, but that'll be later. Let's focus on getting everything into the pot first. Shrimp is the quickest cooking thing in this dish. A few moments is all it really needs. Otherwise, we risk it getting rubbery. Okay, we're getting there. I think we're almost safe to start adding the red pepper in. Just gonna read through the recipe, probably go grab our cans of tomato. If you cook shrimp longer than 15 seconds, Mr. Fabrizio says you're a psychopath. So, our browned up sausage, 2 chicken breasts diced up into 1-inch cubes, and then later on we will peel these up, probably save all the peels because they look so nice, and dice them up as well. Okay, let me just put this chicken outside and then I'll go grab the tomatoes on the way through, as well as our spices. I think that's the next step here. Oh, that's another thing that I really want to try, like in Philly, is a Philly cheesesteak. Wilson, please. Oh, I'm sorry, Astra. Come on, pups. Oh, she is so tired today. Come on. Uppy. Uppy, uppy. From one joint only, and that is Steve's Steaks. Okay, I will try and remember that. Okay. Bay leaf Creole seasoning, dried thyme and oregano, 2 cans of tomatoes. It is smelling insane in here right now, Lieberton. The dog is protesting. She's no longer sitting on the chair. She's actually laying on the ground because it smells too good. She's like, I need to get lower. What do I have? I have 1 can of diced, 1 can of whole tomato. So I'll just crush up the whole ones with our hands. Work on that. What's the other place that I've heard of that does cheesesteaks in Phillies? Pat's? Is that correct? I have some of my own dried thyme. So this is what I'm using for my Cajun seasoning today. Any Cajuns in chat, feel free to offer some other suggestions. Our oregano. And yeah, my own kind of homemade dehydrated thyme. Last of the season. Okay, I'm adding the peppers. Yes, it's still loosening up. Because the moisture from the peppers is probably going to pull this the rest of the way that we need. And also color. And then one other thing is I need to just mix up some veg broth. If you have chicken stock, use it. If you don't, make sure you use something other than water if you can. It'll just turn out way better. Yeah, with the whiz, no provolone. Yeah, I've been watching, what did I watch pertaining to cheesesteaks? Maddie Matheson's the other day. It looked pretty good. Didn't look as good as it could have been though. And then we need 2 cups worth of uncooked long grain rice. I'm gonna use jasmine today. So I will grab that and measure it out. Top shelf. Wilson, your poor pancreas. Boom. You made your apple sage sausage stuffing with chicken bone broth instead of water or normal stock, and it was amazing. Yeah, anytime we cannot use water, it's always gonna turn out better. So the only thing is, if you are gonna do a pre-mixed base, really watch the salt content on it. And I usually lean more towards like organic ones of those, just so they don't have too artificial of a flavor. Those are the things I think about. Okay, we might have to just do a little deglaze with our broth to finish this fond lift off. But I always like to saute with a bit of the spices first. So we're almost there. Grab our can opener while we're waiting, and we'll open up our cans of tomatoes. Yeah, don't do bad things to your pancreas. Whoa, that is so cool, green thing. I can just imagine how amazing that farm would be in Italy. Really? Everything's been taken over by nature? That's amazing, Mr. Fabrizio. Fed 3,500 families yesterday. And everything went 35 whole roasted pigs. Sounds like an amazing experience. Yeah. Sammy and I thought we cooked a bunch of stuff in our life. That's up there. Okay, just going to grab a liter of warm water so we can mix in some veg stock. And what about a little deglaze with a splash of white wine? Is that allowed? Or is that too fancy? Sammy, you notice I popped the window open in there? Fresh air feels so good. If you get chilly though, you can close it. Broth and a splash of white wine is just fine. Sounds good, Bonk. Bonk said so. So this is my base that I'm using, and I'm almost done this container. Been using a lot of it. Do that to start. I like it because it's like pretty much just blitzed up dehydrated vegetables with a touch of salt. That's not all you taste. Yeah, are you a Cajun? Nope, but I love food. I think that really has something to do with it. If you love food, you just have this different respect for it. Okay. First things first, we're gonna pop, what should we do? A couple of these? I mean, this is a pretty big bay leaf, so maybe I'll just do one. Little bit of dried oregano. Tablespoon or so. Remember, this is 8 to 10 servings, so quite a bit. Don't skimp on the flavorings. Our seasoning. Two teaspoons. And this has a bit of salt in there too. Actually, I'm just gonna spoon into it. I was like, if I pour, I'm scared of like pouring too much out. Yeah. And I don't know why, but Sam and I call this Old Shui. Old Shui spice. And then lastly, I'll just rub a little bit of our dried thyme leaves. Let me see how this is going down here though. Give it one last stir before we put the thyme in and do a little deglaze. And then it's tomatoes, rice, broth, and everything else. It's smelling pretty Cajun in here, I will say. Hi, Dreaded Rasta. How are you? Yeah, it's bringing me back to the island bonk. Remember doing a crab boil for some of the crabs that Zach brought to us? And that was his first time ever having Old Bay. And he's just like, what did you guys do to this? It's so good. And like, he doesn't even like spicy food. But yeah, we had to mix him up a little container of it. Because here, I mean, we don't really carry Old Bay on the store shelves in Canada. I believe we had to order that from Amazon. I'm just picking through my thyme leaves to make sure I don't put any woody stems in here. That's why I'm also rubbing it in between my fingers so I can feel it. Buffalo Safari, this looks too healthy for this channel? Nah. Just wait till we make the beignets. Okay. Mix this in and then we'll do a splash of wine. Some of the broth and away we go. You volunteered at a shrimp festival? All the shrimp that you could eat. Unreal. Little bit of Pinot Grigio. We'll let that simmer on in. And I'll do just a small drop of this. I always like to make sure the fond is completely lifted off before we put too much in the pot and have a hard time scraping the bottom. So let that soften up a bit. But yeah, this is gonna be a depth of flavor for sure. Holy smokes. Just taking care of my canned tomatoes. Lieberton, unlimited shrimp, that is the correct amount. They have spoken. Turning this down. Yeah. Get that crispy cheese off from the sausage. Asiago red pepper sausage. There we go. And you know if you burn the fond, because you start getting this weird, like, bitter burnt smell that is hard to ignore, let's say. It's like once you have that smell, there's just this thing inside of you that's like, oh my gosh, I need to fix this right now. So yeah, if you get burnt fond, you have to pretty much start in a different pot from that point. There we go. That's some color. Do not burn the base. Shrimp scampi. That's such an easy shrimp dish, hey? Good job, Lieberton. Okay, just making sure I'm following all this stuff. Yup. Add everything in. So 1 can of just diced tomato. Another thing that was on sale for this dish. And then this can of tomatoes was whole, but it has really nice, like, thick pulp. So I'll just drain that first. And then I'm just going to break up the tomatoes with my hands into there. Yeah, huge pots of boiling shrimp bonk. Shrimp fest. So just careful when you first open the tomato. I usually let the juice out. It doesn't splash ya. Portion the shrimp into paper boats? What? Bacon wrapped venison tenderloins, smoked over applewood and hickory for 1.5 hours? Okay, between the smells in here and what everyone's talking about in chat, I can't. Boston Pizza serves jambalaya? Is it spicy? And also, is it good? Oh no. I got the curtain. Watch that tomato juice. It doesn't give a heck. I don't know why, but I just like doing this by hand. Buffalo, did we have any turkey this week? No. So we're in Canada. We celebrated our Thanksgiving in the first 2 weeks of October. So about a month before. Ah, good idea. Yeah, just put a little bit of olive oil on your hands so it doesn't dry it out. The chef was very appreciative of your help, Bonk. Went and got us beer on a break. Yep. Wait, you were underage even? You were so young. The best. That's so awesome. What an experience at that age. That is that. Pour the rest of the juices, and I'm just gonna go rinse myself off. I've been tomatoed. And you can see the simmer is already building back up in the pot. So we better go, go, go. Whoa. The pot's sliding off of the burner. Just making sure I don't feel anything else stuck on the bottom. We're good. So did they call for 3 cups of chicken stock or 3 liters? 3 cups of chicken broth. So I've already added almost 1 cup worth. So I always add or make a bit extra broth just in case. So we can leave that touch down there, but I feel like we're gonna end up needing it anyways. We add our diced chicken in. It's kind of the only thing we didn't saute up for this, but now we have so much flavor in here that it's just gonna soak all that up when it cooks. Next one, adding a ton of flavor as well. Started by browning our sausage in the pot first, and then the veggies. Vune, dice? Did I hear dice? Next one, and one of the last ingredients, is 2 cups worth of long grain rice. I'm using jasmine. Okay. We will mix that in and pop the lid on. Holy heck, it's coming together. And then about 5 minutes before we plan to serve, we'll just pop our little shrimps all on the top to cook through. And that way we don't have overcooked shrimps. I'm also not mixing it in because I know Rando is not a shrimp lover, so more for us. And I know I keep calling them shrimps, but really they are large Argentinian prawns. Jumbo, we should say. Quick cleanup of this. And then I think it's time to peek at our beignet dough. It's gotta be ready now. Also want to make sure that it's not overproofed. Yep, it's doubled now. It's happy. Do we think, I mean, I'm always wary if I use a broth base about adding salt at this point. So I think I'll hold off. Plus the sausage is salted as well already. So just watching the simmer. And then I will pop the lid on. And then I'm just gonna put it to the side while we work on the beignets. And I think I'll actually hold on to this bowl that we've been using with the chicken and such, just for the shrimp. Good to go with that. Okay, I will put this over to the side and we'll just keep our eye on it as it comes up to a simmer. Just making a bit of room. Yum. Yeah, I don't really want to taste this right now because we put all the raw chicken in. So I always feel weird about tasting right off of the bat. And then when I'm waiting stuff to come up, or waiting for stuff to come up to a simmer, I always just pop the lid off a bit so I can sneak a peek and watch it. How are beignets different from the donuts the rest of us are used to? Yeah, they're like rectangular pillows. And Buffalo Safari, what sausages did we put in? So I've been having a hard time trying to source andouille sausage here, which is like a smoked sausage made of pork. So closest thing I could find and to complement the flavors of the dish was a Asiago and roasted red pepper pork sausage. And that's what really browned up a lot on the bottom of the pan and created that flavorful fond. And then for simmering, so bring to a boil over high heat, cover, reduce heat to medium, and simmer, stirring occasionally for about 20 minutes or until the rice is tender. That's what I thought. I mean, it usually takes about 20 minutes to boil a pot of rice, so that is what I've been using for guidance today. Yeah, simmers until the love infuses everything. Get this dough away from the heater. So 20 minutes will cook the chicken for sure. And that's why I made sure that the chicken wasn't like cut too big either, Wilson. Okay, beignets. A type of fritter or deep fried pastry, typically actually made from pâte à choux. I didn't know that. What? So we didn't do that today. But we have done that before. If anyone remembers Kiwi Miche's last menu redemption with her pots and pans, the Paris Brest with the hazelnut cream inside. Okay, but it says the beignets may also be made from other types of dough, including a yeast dough, which is what we did today. The term beignet can be applied to two varieties depending on the type of pastry. French-style beignet in the USA has specific meaning of deep-fried choux pastry. Interesting. So I guess the recipe we're using today is more French. Beignets can also be made with yeast pastry, which might be called boules de Berlin, in French, referring to Berliner donuts, which lack the typical donut hole filled with fruit or jam. This makes sense. So beignets are commonly known in New Orleans as a breakfast served with powdered sugar on top. Traditionally prepared right before consumption to be eaten fresh and hot. Yeah. Now we know. And so we also have to remember that beignets get cooked in hot oil. So I thought we would kind of get them all prepped and flattened, cut up, wait for our jamba to finish up, munch a bit on that, and then get our oil heating up on the induction, because the induction is the best for heating up oil. You can really control the temperature. It is the worst thing to have happen if you're doing a deep fry and the oil gets too hot. Oil holds a lot of heat, so it'll take a long time for it to cool down. So that's my only recommendation, is don't heat up the oil too much, because you'll be waiting forever for it to get to the right point. Hot so the powdered sugar melts a bit. Okay, and thank you, Chase. Thanks for the info. So punch the dough down with your fist, turn it out onto a lightly floured surface, roll it or pat it into a large rectangle about 1/4 inch thick. With a sharp knife, or I'm gonna use a dough cutter or bench scraper, whatever you wanna call it, this thing. Cut it into 2-inch squares. Transfer the squares to a baking sheet lined with parchment, or just somewhere where they won't get like sticky before we fry them. That should be easy enough. I'm just gonna put my mouse over to the side, and I will do all of this on a large cutting board that we can just move out of the way so we don't dirty up our wooden one. And just want to say that this is pretty much simmering, so I'm just gonna pop the lid on now fully to keep all that steam in to cook the rice. Oh, that's a good idea. I want to try that. I have a pizza wheel, so let's do that. I just have to find it. Yeah, that sounds like such a good idea. Hello? Pizza cutter? Do you live here still? Yeah, I just keep it under everything else because I don't have a protector for it. And I would hate to like grab into my utensil bin and cut myself. Sweet. An oiled pizza cutter? Okay. Thank you. Yeah. If we know one thing about testing out this dough after it was mixed, very sticky. Finally a use for it. And then we'll just keep my eye on this. Maybe I'll set 5-minute timer for me to stir the jamba. That's a multi-use tool. I have used the pizza cutter before to make something baked, or maybe for trimming pie dough, stuff like that. Oh, chug the water. Okay. I think I put my flour bin back, so I'll go grab that. Oh wait, it's right underneath me. I forgot. That stuff has made its way in. Okay, boom. That's looking so happy. And I will say, like, as the dough rests, it gets less and less sticky. So you remember, like, when I put my hand into it earlier to do the window test, completely stuck to my hand. Now, though, so nice. And yeah, once we get these all cut up and prepped, we'll then go back to working on the shrimps. So just the same flour that we made the dough with earlier, because we know that it's pretty sticky, put a good amount of the flour down. And I'm gonna bring that bench scraper I had back over, just for dealing with the flour, kind of scraping it away if we have too much. And then while my hand is kind of floured, do what they said. Just give it a little punch down. And then we'll work on getting that out of the bowl. The drop. Love how I just like shake that out every time. Gravity. So helpful. And then we just scrape out whatever else we can. Don't waste anything. So even this out first. And what does the recipe say? We should get about 30. And we're patting this to around 1/4 inch thickness. And then I'm gonna make room on this side to put the cut one. So let's also finish flouring over here. If it sticks, just pop a little flour onto your hand. And then as I press out, I always check underneath too. And see how you can kind of use your other hand to shape the dough. Very similar to how you make ciabatta buns. Same thing. Baking is a bit artsy. Oh, for sure. I've always thought that. I mean, it's really an art and a science. It's art because of how it turns out and like looks after you complete it. And then it's total science as you're making it, right? All about the different formulas. You can't really mess with them too much. Okay, that was my 5 minutes to peak. There's a couple bubbles just in the center, which I am okay with in the jamba pot. Just gonna take the spoon that we are using and give it a little stir. Yeah, a bit of rice I think wants to stick on the bottom, and I don't want that to happen. Just do a slight scrape. And that's pretty typical for this type of dish, I think, with the rice. Having it to want to stick on the bottom of the pot. Do another 5 minutes.
There's already a 5-minute timer, but I can set another. What?
Thank you, Siri. Hi, Maya. Creativity is often expressed during cooking and baking, so even if you're creative in other forms, you'll probably be the same in cooking and baking. Totally. So I think this is a good size for us to pad out the beignet dough. And then if I kind of think of the 30 beignets, we should be able to do 5 slices this way, or get 5 strips, and then cut it in half, and then each of those halves goes into 3. She sounded so happy, right? She's like, I'm already doing this. What do you need? So mean sometimes. So if you're unsure of how big to make stuff, you can do a little test. So obviously this side, a bit more. Kind of pat that one away. We want it all even in sizes. 1, 2, 3, and then 4. Yep, that looks even. So I will commit. Oh, you guys said oil it. I was gonna say I'll commit to that. But first, just gonna do this into a bowl. I don't like spraying nonstick spray everywhere. I thought that would be the easiest instead of getting my hands greasy. Campfire bannock? Wow. That sounds good. It worked! And as always, chat, okay, so that one's pretty big. But I was gonna say, do your best and forget the rest. And that oiling is working so good. So center, and then each side into 3. I don't know if that was center. Sweet! The head chef of the resort your GF works at, they beat Bobby Flay. Good one. I actually don't mind that show. Okay. So now, I would recommend just kind of get these all separated on the board. Because even though we cut them, they will want to stick together. And then I'm just going to put this to the side while we work on the shrimp. That's it. And then next up is just popping our Dutch oven of oil onto the induction. We're looking for 350 degrees Fahrenheit for the frying temp. You don't like this part? That was so easy. Thank you for suggesting the pizza cutter. Okay. Oh, I did a bunch of clearing of my area on the side over here, so I know I can put this safely over here on the table now. I got an extra little table. Yes. And plus it's kind of cool on this side. Curtain holds in a lot of heat. This. And this, but first I'm just gonna go wash my floury hands. BRB. We'll get a Ziploc to put all the shrimp shells into. Maybe we'll make a chowder coming up. Clam and corn chowder. Oh, now we're just throwing stuff around. Didn't need that roll of compost eggs. Yeah, those cutting boards, I think Sam just buys them off of Amazon. I have some backup ones, too. Costco? Okay. I got this one eventually when we're in Big Meat Biz. It still has the wrapping on it. But yeah, I've basically dedicated that white one to use for baking because it's so handy. It completely fits this, and then you can just take it away. Take it away, chat. Just want to show. Oh, I need to push the bay leaf back down. How did that get there? And then I'm scraping the bottom again. Okay, looks like the rice is almost done. I will just turn this down a little bit more while we're finishing up the shrimp. I don't want the rice to get mushy. I'm sure we've all had jambalaya where the rice is like too mush almost. That's not my favorite. I really like, especially in savory dishes, like having textural contrast. Yum. This is looking heckin' good. Yeah, that bay leaf is on top. Seafood chowder is so good, Maya. Another thing that we used to make on the coast so much for our friends. Okay, let's pop this bag of shrimpers open. Start peeling them up. And I think I'll also just bring a small cutting board in, just to catch any juices that might run. And also we're gonna have to cut these up too. I think we'll just start by pouring the shrimp into here. Nah, we'll be okay. I thought it was more juicy. And Sam, these shrimp, like I almost want to get another pack from the store. They're so nice. So we'll count how many we have here per pound. And ooh, some of them even still have the roe on them. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 per pound. And yeah, they are deveined. The shell is split in the back. I'm just gonna go pour this in the sink, otherwise it makes the garbage smell the worst. Shrimp juices are a no-go in the trash. I mean, Doggo disagrees. Okay, get back on your chair, please. Uppy. Get uppy. These are wild Argentinian shrimp. Or prawns, thank you. Correct me. That goes in there. Yeah. Buy another pack of these and do grits. I saw at the TNT, our Asian supermarket, they have corn grits there. I was like, Sam, look. These are not. So that always freaks me out about Argentinian prawns is they look cooked already, but they are completely raw. They have this lovely like pink and firmness to them. So yeah, if you ever see these on sale at the store, pick them up for yourself. They're very different than shrimp. Very meaty, I would say, as well. They don't get rubbery the same way. Yeah, $13 for all of this. Run. Start the car. I have half a mind to go back to the store after stream and buy more. Who would eat soup made using stout as a base? Yeah, we just made that not long ago. Beef and Guinness stew. Irish inspired. So good. So heckin' good. Really fun way to switch it up from the typical wine. Red wine stews from France. Yeah, that's like a make for us at least once a year. Probably more like 3 times. Okay. I'm not even gonna wash up my hands. Safely pick up this. And so we have a couple ways that we can present this. We can either just cut through, or a really nice way for presentation that most people don't know of is slicing through this way in half. And then the shrimps kind of curl up as they cook. Nice bonk. Yeah, I've already made it 4 times this year. And while the year is coming to a close, the through slice, exactly. So just be careful. Make sure you have a nice sharp knife for this. Like, just look at that even. You can tell. Yum. Yeah, the stout-based stews. And then the only thing I will say, so Finn, my sister-in-law, is sensitive to gluten. That stew, not good for her at all. It doesn't matter if the stout is cooked or not. Not for those who are gluten sensitive. So that's kind of the only downfall. But she's like, it's so good that it's worth it. I'm like, don't be bad to your body. Yeah, good one, Bonk. Just follow along where they've already deveined. I just want this for the shrimp today. And now this is like, even this is bigger than the size of most raw shrimp. Cutting that in half. I don't want to cross-contaminate here, so why don't I do this? Take all this stuff out of the way. Pop that in the bowl for us to just pour in for when I come back. And I'll go wash my hands. This is going to be so good, Wilson. And the dog is like right here. She's like, yas, what are these smells? Chicken, shrimps, and sausage. Oh, and then while the shrimp is cooking, we'll just quickly slice up some green onion and chop a bit of parsley. That's it for garnish. Really, really simple. We should be able to do that in the 5 minutes it takes for the shrimp to cook. We'll bring this back up. Yeah, she knows when it's almost ready. She starts pacing. This is heavy. I have to say, like the induction with the pot full. Whoa. Let that drip off. So I turned it down just because I didn't want the rice to overcook. Let's give this a stir. Whoa. Yeah. So one final stir, and then we'll just lay the shrimps on top. Oh. That's looking like almost the perfect consistency here. Not too thick, not too loose. I might just add in the rest of that veg stock we have, just cuz. It was like maybe a third of a cup. Because that'll keep soaking in. It just disappears. I'm just gonna put a glove on so that I can neatly kind of place those prawns over top. Looking like a nice hearty dish. Warm us up. I mean, it's not even a cold day here. But we'll definitely have some nose sniffles, I'm sure. Oh, that one didn't get fully cut. And we'll cover it up one more time. Work on our garnishes, and then we should be good. Thanks, Bonk. Yeah, as someone who is not properly experienced Creole or Cajun food from the source, I really try and show it the respect it deserves. And like really try to imagine as well how things should taste, right? We do have snow. Yeah, we do have snow. It's all melting right now. One thing I will do, just before I pop the lid on, just to make sure that this isn't bland, just a sprinkle of salt over the shrimp or prawns. Okay. Boom. Little bit more simmerage in there. Bring my dirty dish away. Pop our prawn shells outside to stay cool. This is such a good starter dish. And the ingredients aren't hard to find for it either. Good pups. Yeah, good pups. Are you the best helper ever? Now I'm just gonna get a cutting board and chop up the herbs on the side. I'll be over here. Oh, maybe we can do this. Move it. Move it or lose it. They did have scallions or green onions at the store at least. Do that. And then our curly parsley, we'll pick some of that off of the stem and give that a little chop. Little goes a long way. Oh, thank you, Buffalo. Keeping me hydrated. Yeah, we had a big dump of snow almost a month ago now, but nothing really since then. Just a bit of rain. Let's peek. Whoa. It's almost done. My internal timer. Was that like a month ago? The snow was only last week? Yeah. No, it was a couple weeks ago already.
No, Keisha started last week.
Oh, well, I time travel apparently. Sam's like, I need to get this fact right.
I was getting that anyways. I can't believe there's no herbs in the stores though. Yay! Is that your spot now?
Nessie, thank you very much for 1,000 biddies going towards the food truck fund.
Protesting?
Yeah, that's the protest. All the smells and I've not given her a thing.
You wanna go back?
No, she's good. She's just getting ready.
Okay.
I guess she likes the carpet I put there. It's new. Wilson says, hey, Sammy.
Hey, Wilson.
Never overcook prawns, chat. And if you're unsure, sneak a peek. And then when we pop the oil on, should be about 15-20 minutes to heat that through. Not too long at all. Enough time for us to have some bites. Prep up our powdered sugar garnish. Start deep frying. I might have to sneak a bit more oil for frying as well. Out from the wok outside. Right? We didn't empty that yet, or did we? I can't even remember now, Sam. The oil in the wok?
Yeah, it got full.
Oh yeah, it got snowed on. May I ask probably a question that's been asked a million times, Nessie says. What are your silicone utensils? Like what brand you're saying, or what utensils do I use that are silicone? I believe the pack was from Costco once upon a time, and I don't think we have a brand name on it. Oh, Core Kitchen. Core Kitchen. That's the brand. And I like them. I will say maybe they're not like the highest quality, as I notice the spoon that I use. It must have like a little bit of a hole in it somewhere, because sometimes when I stir really hot stuff, it bubbles up in the center. Kind of freaks me out. Okay, I think I'm going to turn that off now. Should be good. You're welcome. Push it down into there. The residual heat will cook it through. So now I'm gonna take this off so that we can start heating up the oil and it won't take as long. Might as well. It looks perfect. Thank you, Dust. Like juicy, but not. And we do have some bread to tear if we want to soak up all the goodness. Sammy brought some bread home from work this week. Okay, so I just gotta go grab the container of oil from outside. Yeah, for sure, Clemmy. One day, right? One of these days. Post-COVID. So this oil has been used before. I'm gonna top it up. The little stuff residual you see in the bottom is, I think all we fried in here before was just potatoes. So that's why it's really nice and clear still. I think what? No, I'm just gonna go bring the whole oil container in from outside. Pop that in there. You know, start heating this up. So heating up oil on the induction, set it to that temp that you want. So I set it to 360 Fahrenheit. Because it doesn't actually get up there. It usually hovers around 350, which is what we want. Okay, just going to grab that oil. And we use a canola frying oil. Do you want to come out? You can have some fresh airs. It's like a spring day out here. So nice. Come on. Astra. She's protesting. Locked out. I'm sure we'll hear a punch on the door in minutes. Just a small container of oil. No higher than about halfway whenever you're deep frying at home. Otherwise, you run the risk of the hot oil going over. And that's terrifying. And then another thing I'll say is, like, you don't actually want the cleanest oil when you're deep frying, is you will get more flavor if it's like slightly dirty. That's why I just kind of keep pulling from the same stuff and adding to it. One last step, just before we get into the jambalaya, is I always pop our thermometer on there. Right in the center, making sure that we don't touch the bottom of the pot either. Digital Meow Mix, dinner yesterday went off without a hitch? Yeah, because we didn't even celebrate Thanksgiving.
Oh, yeah.
It was great. Hope everyone else's Thanksgiving went well. Okay, that's perfect, like right in the center. Mary, how was your week? And thank you so much, Mary. You've been with us for 7 months in a row now. Yeah, bonk. Do you do 7 hypes for Mary? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Hypes in chat. Okay, one last step. Our thinly sliced green onion. Pick off the dried bits from the bottom, and then we'll thinly slice it through for garnish. Yeah, I'm so thankful that Sammy had a couple of herbs fresh at his work. So I was like, how can I make Ukrainian food on Saturday if there's no dill? I couldn't. Stream would be canceled. Torino would be driving down. Riot. You do hypes for the number of months and then for the viewer themselves. I love that. So I always slice the green onions in half just because we can cut them quicker that way. I can already smell the oil heating up. This is great. That's another thing that I would have no problem doing is like running a little donut shop. I really love making donuts. I don't know why. I think the only thing that would hold me back is smelling like a deep fryer every day. And then before we serve up the jamba, we still have to taste it too. I'm just gonna mix the parsley and green onion together in the same container. Yeah, didn't make a fuss, Meow Mix. Saved myself the hassle. Yeah, we have Canadian Thanksgiving in October. And if we were streaming yesterday, I would have celebrated with everyone. But we are making the jambalaya today for the reason that it's also good to use up turkey leftovers in. That's what it says in the recipe. I was like, I love that. You could make baked donuts. Is that the same though? I've never made baked donuts in my life. Maybe for the fact that I'm a bit worried that it won't be the same. If anyone has experience with that, feel free to weigh in. Yeah, I'm Canadian. A quick cleanup before we switch up tasks. We did not use this. Lucky for us, we can put it back. Cake isn't a donut. Your guy loves baked cake donuts with maple glaze. Ah, I bet that would be good. Yeah, your mom's recipe calls them cake donuts. I have heard of those before. I think that's what most baked donuts are called. Okay, popping a trivet up here. Jamba's coming back over. Should be nicely rested, and we gotta taste it. Excuse me. Don't choke on your saliva, chat. Yeah? I think it's all the smells in here. And I told you we would have a dog punch on the door. Watching the shop. Oh man, Kate's plating up. I better get back over there. Yeah, I've been chugging the water today. That onion on stream though messed us up. Holy, just going by the smell of this. Smells right. Let it cool off a moment because I hate burning my mouth. Dog's like, is that for me? Are we tasting this? Mmm. Why are the simple things so good? Mmm. Like, I'm not even really missing the smoky aspect. That is such good flavor. And it doesn't even need that much extra seasoning either. Sam's back into Hearthstone. I know he's been playing Battlegrounds. Never really stopped playing. Let's see what that couple sprinkles will do, and then I will also do a little crack of black pepper around. We haven't added any of that yet. Did he get tired of losing at Forza? He actually wins most of the races. He's so good.
Get too into other games.
Get him, Sammy. Get him. Okay, one more scoop. It tastes really good. That's a homemade jamba for sure. And look, our oil's already at 200F.
Jamba juice.
If he plays his cards right, he might just win. Ah ha ha. Please. It's not super hot. We have a garnish of green onion and parsley. How are we feeling?
Rice is in there?
Rice is in there. I gave you a spoonful of rice.
Well, it's good then.
It's good?
Yep.
Okay. It is thick. What is this guy talking about? Chat, send Sam help. Get up here. Have a better view there. Just pick around the prawns. My brother doesn't like shrimp or prawns either, so I'm just not gonna feed those to him. There's enough of the other stuff, you can just pick around. And Sammy was like, it just has to thicken up, but I don't see what he's talking about, because spooning this in the bowl is quite thick already. Like perfect, I would say. Just gonna get my bros dish together. That. That. Sand scrimps, yep. His gets plated up first. Jamba is made with kind of whatever you have around. Doesn't require anything specific other than the seasonings. Right. Cajun spice or Creole. Dried oregano. Dried thyme. What else? Bay leaf. Tomato. We added wine, even though it didn't call for it. You want lots of this, right? You're hungry? Sam's. And yeah, the Holy Trinity. Exactly, Bonk. Most important. We'll put Franz over here. Yep. And then we'll plate ours up. Let's try and get some of the shrimp laid out on top so we can kind of show it off. This is a really nice balanced meal too. So many different proteins, rice, and veggies. That's what I base most of my meals around. Everything in moderation. That'll be enough of a serving, I think, for me right now. Maybe one more spoonful. Who are we joking? And of course I had to mess up the side of the bowl. If you attempted that, Enola, you'd be thrown out of restaurants. Apparently in some places you don't put ketchup on hot dogs unless you want to be chased out of town as a dumb tourist. Whoa. You should tell Sammy that. Only children put ketchup on hot dogs. That's like the only thing he puts on it. Lettuce. Maybe we'll just move this over. Nice. My oil is at 275. That's like half of the pot gone already in 3 bowls. Yeah, I really like mustard on hot dogs too. About the only thing I enjoy yellow mustard on still, and even then it's a bit strong if you don't have it for a while. Yeah, that would probably be better for me. The corn dog. Nom. Take advantage of this light. And now we can taste. Pop that window open a bit more. Holy. First bite, chat. Thanks everyone for all of the pro tips while making this too. Feel like we learned a lot together today. First thing, I'm searching for like a little bit of chicken just to see how the texture is. A chicken bite. Mmm, so good. Like not cooked and dry, but like cooked and just melt apart in your mouth. The chicken breast, nice. Maybe it has to do with the simmering part of things, not going too high of a temp and like boiling it. And Madame Rainbow Pants, hello. How was your week at school? Yeah, Jamba. And yeah, we kept it pretty neutral in spice just because of Finn. She has a sensitive palate to spicy foods. If you wanted to spice it up, you could easily do a little drizzle of hot sauce. Mmm. Okay, next one. Shrimp. And one thing I like about this, it's like heavy, but not. Really taste the tomato. The celery combines well with the onion and bell pepper to just make this like roasted veggie sort of flavor. Yeah, nothing really too fatty in there. Mmm. Prawn samo. So good. Very light flavor too, as far as prawns go. Perfectly cooked, not too chewy. Let's try some sausage. And I think the only thing you really have to watch is that you cook the canned tomatoes out enough that they go from being acidic to more sweet. The cheesy sausage is a yummy bite in there too. Yeah, madame, it was long. Parent teacher is over, except for a few extra you need to do next week, but you're so tired. I can see that. Yeah, mentally draining for sure. Kudos to all the teachers out there, and thank you for your services. That was a pro tip, Maya. Like, you can tell, right? It was like, it won't taste sweet. It'll still taste acidic and kind of not done enough. Yeah, those little chicken pieces shrunk up so much, but they're so yummy. I've never had a proper Cajun jambalaya. So yeah, I just have to go by the flavor that I have had in the past. My mom used to make this a lot growing up. It tastes really similar to hers. Yeah, right. When it's not cooked enough, you're like, okay, what do I have to add? When really you just have to cook it a bit longer. That's deadly. Okay, I'm gonna make a little bit of space here for doing some deep frying. Bring this big pot over to my cooling area. Clean plate club, dearie?
Yeah.
How was that? Have you had lots of jambas before? And mine was pretty good?
Pretty okay.
Yes. Love to hear it. Yeah, only thing missing is some hot sauce, but honestly, Bonk, my nose is already running, so I'm not gonna push it. Just commingling some stuff over here so I can bring the big cutting board of the beignets over. Because this is almost ready. Just under 325. Whoa. Sorry about hitting the thing with the cord. Stay. It's so crazy seeing like the pattern of the stuff in the bottom kind of change. Yeah, Louisiana hot sauce. That's different than Tabasco, right? Check this out. They're like little pillows. These are our pillows. Hee hee. Just a couple. Just a couple of them. I like that angle. It looks crazy. Tabasco is more vinegary. Yeah, good one. Good point. Yeah, don't knock that one till you try it, right? Okay. I haven't even taken a bathroom break yet today, so I'm gonna go do that while this is finishing heating. I will be back momentarily. Okay, I'm back. Wilson's going to get seafood. Nice. I hope that we were inspiration for that. Have a wonderful day, Wilson, and we will hopefully see you tomorrow. Bye, friend. And hi, Lucy and Havens. How are you? Okay, we're almost there. 3:25. While we wait, one thing that we gotta prep is just somewhere to put the fried donuts onto. I think the first ones we will just pile onto a plate, right? And garnish right away with the powdered sugar. And then the other ones we'll probably use a sheet pan. This. And then whenever we fry stuff, I always recommend like getting it off of sitting on the pan. So grab a metal rack for yourself just to let the airflow all the way around it as it's cooling. Otherwise, I find the bottom gets soggy and the top stays crisp. Boom. Good to go there. Pop that in a spot for myself. And then one of the last specialty pieces we need is a spider or something to scoop the donuts out with. I'm also just going to prep up our sifter here. My old school sifter from my grandma. Maybe I'll pop this on the plate. And just pour some icing sugar in. Just don't want the icing sugar to pour out. Half a cup should be more than enough than we need. I would say a little bit goes a long way. The spiders, I believe they're still available in restaurant supply stores. But that's really the only place I've ever seen them, Maya. The spiders. And yeah, this was a hand-me-down from my grandparents as well. And was my grandma a baker? She does all sorts of stuff. On, yeah, my dad's side, French, bakes, cooks, all of the above. And yeah, given me a lot of stuff over the years for our kitchen. Oh, the sifter. You found some, hey? Yeah, so this is all I did. I just popped the little bit of powdered sugar in. Prepped up. I think I'm gonna do a drop here. Temp is not really rising too much more, so we can do a test just with one. Couple minutes per side, they say. We'll do a flip halfway. It's always good to test one, and then you know that you're good to go for the rest without having any issues. And as we make these, I'm gonna keep munching. That was a bit too low. Or was that better? I felt like the light was super bright on that. I think that's better. Chef's treat too. Brecon, what is in the oil? This is a beignet. Or we can also call it a Cajun donut, if you understand that a little bit better. Still a bit bright? Oh. Can't go down any more. Can maybe offset with that though. Is that better? Okay. I'm gonna do one more flip. Sometimes I flip it twice. And then an indicator that it's like done cooking or frying is, you notice how when we put it in, it really bubbled a lot around, and now there's not really any bubbles. That's also what we watch for. So that's an indicator to me that it's pretty much done. It's looking proper though, right? And hi, Game Brain. Yeah, happy USA Thanksgiving, Canadians. Well, I mean, Thanksgiving is over, but thank ya. Yeah, we actually didn't celebrate this year. Just so happened that we don't stream on Thursdays anymore. Okay, we'll let that rest for a moment. They don't burn our face off, and then we'll try it. But so far so good, I would say, with how that cooked up. Puffy golden pillows. Thanksgiving is the entire weekend? Oh, okay, sorry. I've never experienced it in America yet. My bad. Okay, it's still really hot, but what I'm checking for, we will sugar the rest of them. I'm just not gonna sugar this one. Yeah. I'm checking to make sure it's cooked through in the center. Oh, that's hot. That's really hot. Holy. It is. Yeah, why is my light so bright? Okay, give me a sec. My Stream Deck was being silly with one of my lights today, so I have to go into the Elgato Control Center here. I turn this one down more. I think that'll be better. Yeah, whoa. What the heck? It's a pillow! Chase. I love how it's not sweet. It's warm. And Dust, my dude, gifting, wait for it, 107 or 67 subs in the channel. Thanks for gifting this up to Buffalo Safari today. Welcome back, Buffalo. Okay, so let's drop enough in. Can't overcrowd it. We just want one even layer. Is that insane or what? Maybe one more. No, we can do another one. Let's do 7 at a time. And then the only thing, I'm watching my oil temp. It looks happy. Because these have been sitting and proofing out for the last little bit, it's not cold, so it's not going to cool off the oil as much either. Might be easier to flip just with a small fork. Beignets are so good. It's different than a donut still. Like, I don't think that we should call it donuts. Similar, but still different. Ooh, brisket with friends yesterday. Today you're making meatloaf and a turkey next weekend. Yeah, good one. Okay, let's flip. Now you can see why I want to open a donut shop, because I don't know why, but this makes me so happy. When you were tiny, your family went to New Orleans, and for breakfast one morning, you all went to Cafe du Monde. We're filmed for the local news, something about coffee and chicory. But the funny thing was, you all had hot chocolate. Is it like a sweet bread? Not even. Yeah, there's barely any sugar in the dough, which I so love as well. Like for the 30 beignets, there was only a 1/4 cup of sugar. That's not bad. More like, yeah, a specialized fried pastry, a yeast dough. And from what we learned, beignets can also be made from a choux pastry. They're a fritter. That's a much better word. Thank you, Brecon. So yeah, we just kind of watch these. Wait for them to stop bubbling around the edges. And we know that they're cooked. And yeah, if you feel like you want to do a second flip, you always can do that. That's allowed. This one in the center really puffed. Looks like a little sandwich or something. View, and they are so fluffy. These are the fluffiest beignets I've ever made.
They're so fluffy, I wanna die!
I wanna die! Armored Gimp, hello! Yeah, a donut without the hole. A Tim Horton? No, we cannot compare these to Tim Hortons. No. No, don't do that. Oil Temp is saying so happy too. Yeah, Ken has all the fritters. Well, we now have 29 left. So first come, first serve. Take the ones out that are not bubbling anymore. Just putting them onto here for a second, just to drain any excess oil before we pop the sugar on. Whoa. Don't let it roll off the edge either. Terrifying. Do you have to fight Sam for them? I mean, you're the one that brought it up, Maya. Is that something that you want to do?
Challenge accepted.
I'm gonna say maybe fight Astra instead. Okay, we'll drop the next ones, and then we'll pile these up and sugar them. What did we fit in there last? 7? Torino! Boxing gloves puts away the Mankini's kiddie pool and jello. These are seriously the best ones I've ever made. And I've not really made that many of them. Let's also say that. It barely fits. Yeah, the like Thanksgiving dinner rolls. So good. They're so soft. You're right, Game Brain. Okay. Just pop in this. Yeah, you can't really see my plate, but it's okay. You don't need to at this moment in time. Think we'll sugar this up and then maybe bring it over to Randall while it's still warm.
I think we're gonna do a cinematic little thing going on.
Okay, hurry. This is deep frying right here. This is deep frying in canola oil. Should be good with the lighten. You can maybe go one higher. No, it's better without. We're doing some stuff for the ticking talk. And next, I'll flip them. Not enough. Okay, diabetes is coming. Don't ever tell Sam. It's not enough. And the truck. Oh, Dust, you must have missed it. So we have brought the truck to a storage facility for the winter time. We're not allowed to park vehicles on the street during the winter here because of the snow plows and stuff like that. And because we're not working on it, Rando has some extra projects that he wants to do first. We brought it to the boonies in a nice safe spot to stay for the next few months until it warms up again. We kind of, well, let's just say we didn't really have enough money to get it insulated with the spray foam before it cooled off too much, and that needs a certain temperature to cure properly. So yeah, that'll be the first thing that we do in the springtime, because Rando also wants to get some spray foam done. And nice thing is we are actually allowed to work on the truck in the storage place as long as we clean up after. I was like, that's pretty amazing. So yeah, if it ends up like being kind of nice earlier on, we could always go start maybe taking the panels off, stuff like that.
I don't think I could have timed that any better. Walked in, Grant was having a big old bowl of donuts.
Yeah. Was his face just like... No, I love that you check Dust. Keeps me all pumped for it. Yeah, I posted a bit in Discord about it when we took it to the storage place. I think I'm gonna fit one more in here, and then we only have one more after that. One more batch. Yeah, butter and cinnamon. Oh, baby. That sounds good. Powdered sugar and water equals icing, or if you want to go lemon, powdered sugar and lemon juice, lemon icing. Okay, I'm gonna start assembling these on a big plate for us. I thought it would look good on this. And can we make a beignet mountain? Can we wait for this next batch to be done before we sugar it? Is that allowed, chat? I want to pile it high. My little pillows. This is what we got first layer. The lemon glaze, right? Just kind of something different. Me too, Game Brain. Cream cheese icing is still my one true love. Bonk, the old smoky mountain of powdered sugar on top. Flamin' hot powdered beignets? Watch your face. That sounds terrifying. If anyone wants to make this recipe like this for Christmas morning, save it for yourself. Recipes linked. Also already in Discord. Oh, yeah, inject anything into there. Dead. Armored, please. Why are you being mean to your roommate? Your roommate hates spicy food and you want to make them spicy donuts. Why would you make spicy donuts even? Just for a trickery? Okay, perfect, Bonk. So you're saying I will destroy my black apron while we eat this today. Explode. The explosion. We know about that this week. Fill it with ghost pepper jelly. I had to tell the stories of what has ensued this week. Oh, applesauce? Wait. I still have leftover apple crumble. Just put a dollop of that on top.
Oh.
I'm dead.
And we have cream.
And we
I'm
have
making
cream.
something.
Sam's making something, he says. When you hear that, you should worry. Inject lemon curd and top with a plain glaze. And then, what was Bonk sharing?
Just fill with Nutella.
Yeah, so some of the dipping sauces that they do serve it with. Caramel, chocolate, or raspberry preserve. Okay, one last flip. If there's not really any bubbles after this, we know that they're good to come out. And I really like the contrast. Like you can see how the beignets have risen with the little bit of white layer in the middle, right? Okay, I think those are done. Take those off, pile them up, and then our last batch already. That was quick. Okay, this might be my new favorite thing. I am one with beignets. I know we made 30 view and I'm already wondering, I'm like, this wasn't enough. When you think it's enough, it's never enough. Nice game, brain. Let those cool for one moment. The last drop. Kind of messed this up too. I will say they do hold their heat pretty well. Like the ones that we already did the batch and plated up, still warm. Okay, done with this insane cutting board. We can take that out. That worked so good. The designated beignet board. Whoa, almost died. Don't die. Ever try making hot dog water ice cubes as payback? Oh,
You're dirty.
y'all are savage.
That's mean. I don't fuck with people's food.
No, yeah, one thing that chefs like are so against is just effing with food. One quick flip and then I'll just move this over. And then we can get our powdered sugar satisfaction here. Careful always when you're moving hot oil. Would not recommend. Only Kates are allowed. The ones that cook. Ready? Oh, where'd Kate go? Oh, there she is. Hi, Dragonfell, how are you? Okay, so welcome to the powdered sugar land. Samo, do we need one more? I'll do one more cinematic for us. I don't want to hear it from anyone for this amount of sugar.
Are we doing a cinematic of me eating one?
I could do that. Oh yeah. Okay, wait. Don't touch. One more second. Just need to get the portrait. Pop down, if you will. Okay. Move over a bit that way, please. Or come this way. Astra. This is gonna be the best TikTok ever.
Guys, I'm beer.
Is there something in there? What did Sammy get into? Yeah, this is gonna be a full shower, not even a rinse. I'm waiting on these next ones because they're almost ready, and then I'll get into it. I just don't want to make my hands sticky. Hi, my name is Kate, and I enjoy making beignets. There it is. Okay, careful, dear. Don't choke. That's when you know you have enough sugar, right, Bonk? Yes. Got him. Got him good. Every now and then it just feels good to deep fry. Serious pillow action though. I'll see. Sam, let's take a cinematic of me like opening one. And if you guys can't tell, we've been loving the new iPhone. Cinematic mode, oh. So good for content creation. So now we can turn this off. I'm gonna just turn up the light a bit more. Yeah, I was just gonna pick it up. Maybe this one with the most amount of sugar.
Okay.
And just tear it open. Guys, like you can see the expansion. The gluten strands. Sounds good, Game Brain. I hope your meatloaf turns out amazing. Game Brain.
Hi, Game Brain.
For a pillow, it really disappears to nothing in your mouth. Mmm. Yeah, I don't love overly sweet things, but that amount of sugar is actually perfect on top. Just sets it towards the sweet side from savory.
Holy shit.
Sweetened condensed milk.
Nope.
Because that's also good. And yeah, I got the sugar all over my apron too. We did it, chat. What are you doing? Are you putting the Snickers cheesecake in the donut?
Yeah.
You're sick. Holy. Guys, I'm dead. I'm so satisfied right now. Astra, please get on your chair. Hey, get up there. Good girl. Out of control. When it comes to this guy and sweets, we should know that, Dust. This is yummies. Yeah, I would use that recipe to make donuts though. Even though we know they're beignets. Sam's Science Channel. Holy smokes, friends. I'm feeling so good. I'm glad I didn't eat much more of the jamba. I will finish that off in a little bit here. Drizzle caramel. We have all of the above. We do have access to that. Okay, excuse me in advance. Belch of approval for the chef. All of the things. This was a good Cajun day. I'm so happy that we all chose to make this together today. And then tomorrow for Torino, Ukrainian foods. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm a bit nervous. I have eaten naleshnike, the cottage cheese crepes, many a times, but never made them. My heritage is calling me. Naleshnike, a type of meatball, which we're gonna grind the pork fresh for it. Easy peasy, he says. Well, having you around to help, yes. Sure, Vion. Can we rate a small new streamer? I'm always down to find new people on Twitch. Trippy Delight. Yeah, you can't come here if you're hungry. You gotta pack snacks. She's doing games? Sure. Sure, Vion. Why not? I love to go visit new people. And yeah, I can't even look at that cheesecake beignet. Floatstone Zero? Word. Okay, friends. We're finishing up. Thanks for the awesome day of foods. Got a nice big pot of jambalaya. Maybe we'll put a few liters in the freezer. Such a good one to just pull out and reheat when you're busy during the week. And let's be honest, it's probably going to be better tomorrow because that's how food works, especially those types of meals. What? We can't go yet. Oh, we got to feed the employee.
This one's good. Brand says okay. So we'll put her on the chair. And
Oh, Dad has spoken.
ask her.
The employees' parents have called the chef and let them know that this is a go. I can't move the camera at all. There we go. You're such a good dog. Okay, wait. Okay, we gotta tear it up so we can cool it off too. Be nice. Yeah. Okay, nice. Beignet. Can you say beignet?
I want what's in your hand.
And one thing I've always learned when giving dogs or animals treats is always go underhand. Because they get too excited if you go overhand and they might nip your fingy. But she's so good at being gentle. Okay, this is a good one. She's been helping all stream. She's such a good air catcher. Like she gets it pre-ready. Just chomping. Nice. Okay. Good girl. Beignets. Are you a Cajun dog now? Okay, we gotta set up the raid to go see a new streamer. Beignets are also Astra approved if anyone was wondering. Yeah, good girl. She's not listening to you. She's like, Auntie's the one that feeds me. She did not want to leave. No, Uncle. Auntie's giving me stuff. Same for horses, right? Yeah. Feed them from a flat palm. Oh, yeah, the little lips. So adorable. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. We are going to Floatstone Zero. And did I see a Dave? Trying to figure out how to sub via the mobile app, but I'm so tired. Don't have twins, people. This has been a public service announcement brought to you by a very, very tired dad. Shout out to all the dads out there. Forson's gaming chair. Welcome back. Floatstone Zero. I got it set. I'ma hit the button. Perfect. Okay, we're going into a stream intended for mature audiences. be aware, friends, if you're watching with your fams, maybe not the best spot, or at least just know what we're going into. Hopefully, we inspired everyone today. Oh no! To create some deliciousness for yourselves. Hello, Enlightened by Bravery, and welcome to the raid train. I'm sorry, but thank you as well. How did your stream go real quick before we end? I'm just gonna do my ending spiel, but yeah, come with us on a journey. Incoming positive vibes, and we are here to spread the deliciousness. So make some jambalaya, put your turkey leftovers in there, and if you have a little extra time and are feeling fancy, make some beignets for yourself. Really not that hard. And I just heckin' love deep frying every now and then. That's about it. Tomorrow, cooking Ukrainian foods for Torino, crossing off another Pots and Pans redemption, 75,000. And we will be back at 11 a.m. Pacific, as always. Stream was good. House Flippers game? Fun. We just did some gaming. Awesome. And yeah, hugs to you through the interwebs. We're gonna go see a new streamer. I hope everyone has a good night and see you tomorrow. Bye!
Bye!
You made it, D.